I want to thank you for all being here. Because of our schedule, we're going to go straight into, before we have introductions, we're going to hear straight away from Patrick Weber, who is going to speak to us for a couple of minutes here. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Sorry. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to your final meeting of the Disability Advisory Committee's second term. Given that this is your last meeting with us, I especially want to thank and congratulate each one of you for your work in helping advance accessibility for millions of Americans with disabilities over the past 2 years. Your invaluable contributions are reflected in the 4 proposed recommendations on the agenda today. These recommendations are very timely in examining how to leverage the 21st century modern communications technologies, such as real-time text. For example, I understand you will be looking at proposals on how to ensure that real-time text meets the needs of people who use relay services or refreshable Braille equipment. I also understand that you'll be considering recommendations on optimizing access to telecommunications services at emergency shelters and metrics to ensure that Internet Protocol captioned telephone services maintain standards of high quality. Your work here not only raises public awareness about such vital issues, but also provides us with a much-needed technical knowledge base for paving the way toward innovative and superior solutions. The agenda is rounded out by a dialogue with our Disability Rights Office to get your ideas on how to raise consumer awareness of the Commission's disability-related rules and policies. This discussion is intended to help us learn how we can be effective in disseminating information to consumers on the many issues that are so important to you. We look forward to continued collaboration with each of your organizations to fulfill our missions of not only closing the digital divide for individuals with disabilities, but ensuring that consumers have the informational tools they need to get its benefits. Finally, I'd like to especially recognize and commend the leadership exhibited by the co-chairs for the second term of the DAC, Lisa Hamlin and Sam Yale. Let's give them a round of applause. Again, thank you for making a difference, and I hope you have a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Next up is Karen, who's going to give us a couple of, no, not yet. You want to wait until we do the roll call, because that's on the agenda. It says you're next. Okay.
Let me do some housekeeping.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So, hello. This is Will. So first of all, let me just start off by saying the breakfast sponsored by Comcast, NBC Universal, was not. The order was placed, and the error was mine when I ordered the food. If there's any food that's not there that we were expecting, it is my error. I tried to put in the order for what we normally have, and clearly that did not arrive. And I think it was not a mistake of anybody else's, but my own button clicking on the online form. So my apologies, and we will try to work out something, and if not, we'll try to help people find food who need food. There's a cafeteria in the building, and we'll do our best to make sure that no one starves to death in the room. So the other quick housekeeping to be made is the Wi-Fi password. If it's on the pillars around the building, but if you want the Wi-Fi password very quickly, it's all capitals FCC 823302, and you can ask your neighbors to find it on the pillars if you need to. I think you all know the communication rules by now. The communication rules are
Christian, did you say the captions were wrong? Yes, I did. This is Christian Vogler. The Wi-Fi password did not get transcribed correctly.
Oh, okay.
It was transcribed as with the dots, like F.C. So just be clear, there are no dots between the letters.
Oh, thank you. And Christian, of course, did an excellent job at following the communication rules, which I'm going to just mention very quickly, which is you can turn your card up if you want to be signaled, or you can raise your hand, wait to be called on, and then by the co-chairs or whoever's leading the discussion. And we try very hard to have only one person have the floor at a time. And identify yourself before you speak. That's always very important for the cart, but also for many people in the room. Let me also just do a very quick thank you to a number of people for the setup, even the flawed. Any of the flaws are my own fault. Everyone that I'm going to name very quickly has done an incredible job. In particular, April Jackson, who's does a ton of behind-the-scenes stuff. But then also I want to thank the CMR staff for the videos and the microphones and the table setups. And then also the interpreting staff who do such an amazing job. And the captioning service, also very helpful and incredible. And there's also a ton of people from the Disability Rights Office who do other things behind the scenes, which is really, really, really helpful. So I think by now you all know where the bathrooms are, but if not, they are out the exits and essentially around the corners to your left. The public can send in public comments if they're watching this live, and I know there are people who are watching this, so you can send your comments to livequestions@fcc.gov. That's live questions, all one word with an S, at fcc.gov. If we do any voting, it will be by roll call, and then the final housekeeping thing is to mention is that there will be lunch, and although that this, well, we'll triple check that lunch arrives as expected. But this meeting is open to the public, and I just want to mention that unfortunately lunch is not open to the public. So I just want to say that the DAC members, the alternate DAC members, the subcommittee only members, and the interpreting staff or anybody assisting the DAC members in any way should feel free to have lunch. Lunch is ordered, the order is put in by me, and it's graciously sponsored by Comcast. Tom Wadowski is here, and I'll just say at the top of my lungs, I put in the order, and the order was supposed to be what happened last time. If there's any error, it is mine. So thank you, Tom, so much for lunch. It's really nice, and coffee at least is it's a bitter solace. With that, that's all the housekeeping.
Thank you. Well, I think none of us will be starving here, but if there is a problem, we can probably find your way to the cafeteria here, okay? So what I neglected to do, because we wanted to make sure Patrick had a chance to talk and make his schedule work, I want to also say hello to our co-chair here, DAC co-chair, Sam. So let me move the mic over here this way. Ah, here's for you.
Good morning. This is Sam Yale with Level Access. I want to thank you all for coming. Welcome to the final term of the DAC, or the final meeting of the DAC for this term, and I am very grateful we have coffee this morning.
Okay, let's go to roll call now, and I'll start to my left. So please introduce yourself and tell us where you're from.
Good morning. morning, my name is Deborah Patkin.
Your mic
To
is
raise your
on.
hand.
Raise your hand. Raise your hand and then they'll turn it on for you.
Okay, good morning, my name is Deborah Patkin, and I'm with the Disability Rights Office. Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Susie Rosen. I'm with the DRO.
Good morning. This is Elliot Greenwald with the Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. This is Theodore Marcus, also with the Disability Rights Office.
Good morning. This is Tom Litkowski with Comcast.
Good morning. This is Phyllis Ginnivan with AUCD.
Larry Walk of the National Association of Broadcasters, sitting in for Josh Pila, who is stuck in traffic.
Good morning. I'm Diane Burstein with NCTA.
Good morning as well. I'm Tony Stevens with the American Council of the Blind.
Good morning, Rachel Nemeth, Consumer Technology Association.
Good morning, Scott Davert from Helen Keller National Center.
Okay, John from FEMA.
Good morning, Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board.
Good morning. This is Ron from Montana, a consumer. And well, I just want you to know the coffee was outstanding.
Buenos días, María Victoria Díaz de DICAPTA y representando el National Coalition for Latinx with Disabilities too.
Good morning. Helena Mitchell with Georgia Tech.
Good morning, Alison Enstrahl with the Deaf Seniors of America, and I do appreciate this additional screen in front of us. Thank you. My name is Christian Vogel with Gallaudet University Technology Access Program. Good morning, everyone. This is Zainab Al-Kebsi, and I'm with the National Association of the Deaf. Hi there, everyone. This is Claude Stout, and I am with the Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Incorporated. Good morning. I'm Isidore Niangobo, and I'm with the National Black Deaf Advocates. Hi, everyone. I'm Eddie Martinez, and I am with TCS Associates. Thanks. Good morning. This is Brian Unesco. I am a deafblind advocate, and I'm really thrilled to be here again with everyone.
Linda Vanderloop, AT&T. Hi, Kara Graves with CTIA.
Good morning, Ken Siletz with the Information Technology Industry Council.
Everett Bacon with National Federation of the Blind.
Yes, why don't you introduce yourself and you can start.
All right, that's perfect. Okay, I'm Karen Pelt-Strauss. I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and I want to again welcome you all for being here. It's always my delight to have one of these meetings. It's not only getting to see old friends, but also people that have truly given the time and resources necessary to make what we do easier. So I thank you enormously for giving all the time that you have to developing the recommendations, for coordinating with each other on these various issues that you have over the past 2 years. It's been a true pleasure working with all of you, and I look forward to seeing today's recommendations, which I know you worked very hard on, and pretty much just want to thank you for everything that you've done. I think we've made amazing progress over the last 2 years on a number of issues, and again, it's because of your work. I also want to take the time to thank the people from the Disability Rights Office that make these meetings look seamless, and we will be going to the Four Seasons later, Will, to and putting the bill on you. I understand you're taking us all out to dinner. Is that right? Yeah. Every now and then a glitch occurs, but it is. I don't know whether many of you were here when Elaine was here, but I probably use the same analogy. It truly is like planning a wedding each time for about 60 people. So it's not easy to do, and fortunately, everything generally tends to go very smoothly, and it's because of the very fine team. And I do want to mention these individuals by name: Will Shell, who of course is our DFO, as well as Deborah Packin, who is very close behind as a co-DFO or the deputy DFO. In addition, we have liaisons, as you know, for each of the subcommittees. Michael Scott, who always does double duty and does virtually anything asked of him with alacrity, who is now collecting comments from the public. Robert McConnell, Rosalind Crawford, again, also you may have seen her in her apron and other attire for lunches. Daryl Cooper, April Jackson, who does a myriad of tasks, Sue Barr, who I just saw walking around note-taking and doing other things, Sharita, Siobhan, various people. Theo Marcus is going to be, yes. Oh, and Jackie Ellington. There are just so many. Theo Marcus later is going to be leading one of the sessions, and I hope I haven't forgotten anybody, because it truly is, like I said, it does take a village to make these meetings go right. In addition, I want to thank as well the amazing interpreting staff that we have that, again, makes everything go smoothly and provides the communication for our members, including the interpreters that are on contract, as well as the CMR staff who are on constant duty to make sure that things go right. And Robert, I think I mentioned you, Robert McConnell as well. So with that, have a great meeting, and I think it's going to be really interesting. We're looking forward to getting your views, not only about what you're going to be talking about today, but later on in the day about what you think the FCC should be doing in the future. And so thanks again, and have a great meeting.
Thank you, Karen. I have to say, it's always good working with the staff here. It's been a terrific experience. Will has been terrific taking over from Elaine, and everybody I've worked with here has been fabulous pulling this off. So I want to thank everybody, too, for this last session here.
And Lisa, of course, you and Sam have been amazing, and the only reason I didn't thank you is because Patrick did, but I thank you as well. It is a huge amount of time, and we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything that you've done.
Thank you, but we don't do anything, really. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. One of the things I want to alert everybody as well, Will mentioned you can put your card up. There are cards I can't really see, so if I miss you, please make sure that somebody alerts me, or whoever is recognizing, to make sure we're not forgetting you. We just can't necessarily see everyone, so we'll do our best together here to make sure everybody's recognized. Okay, so first up is the Tech Transition Subcommittee. I'm sorry.
We have the DRO.
I'm sorry?
DRO office update.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped right over. You guys get to talk first before we get into our reports. So actually, it's Susie Rosen Singleton is up next.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. as usual, we will be doing the updates from the Disability Rights Office, what has been done since our last meeting, June 14th of this year. It's only a few months, but we really have been keeping busy here at the Commission. Before I get started with sharing some of these highlights, I first also want to echo Karen's remarks and others who've spoken this morning in thanking profusely all of these people who have worked at the DAC to make these recommendations happen. And we take them very seriously here at the Commission. Even if they aren't acted on immediately, they are still cited in our future orders and are considered as justification for FCC positions. So we really, really do appreciate all of the work that you do. You may not see quite an immediate result, but you will see that many of our orders do cite, and at this point even already do cite, a lot of DAC recommendations. So we're looking forward to continuing to work with the next DAC, which leads me directly into my first announcement. The first highlight I want to share is that we are seeking our members for the next term of the DAC, which is going to be starting in January. I want to thank many of you who have already sent in your applications for that. We will announce that new roster in December. The application period for that has already closed as of September 21st. Moving on to the emergency context, there are 5 major highlights in that area that I want to share with you, and I'm going to go in chronological order. First, in July, we released an order and further notice of proposed rulemaking to adopt new rules around emergency alerting system, EAS, in order to help prevent false alerts and to improve the alerting system overall as well. In that order, we emphasize the importance of making sure that all notifications are accessible to people with disabilities consistent with Commission rules. We also do permit public service announcements, PSAs, about EAS alerting to include the EAS attention-getting signal and audible tones. We expect that PSAs and other information about alerts are also accessible. Second highlight on emergency, we released a public notice in August to remind video programming distributors, which includes broadcasters, cable operators, and the like, of their obligation to make televised emergency information accessible to people with disabilities, specifically people who are deaf, hard of hearing, and blind. Blind or visually impaired, and so forth. The critical information provided on television must be made accessible. We also included in that public notice information for consumers to share how those consumers could file complaints or learn more about the rules and how to reach out to the Commission. It's all part of that public notice. Third, still on emergency, we sought comment on proposed 911 rules. We just released that NPRM September 26th. To ensure that people who are trying to reach 911 will be able to do so regardless of what kind of phone system they are using, in particular multi-line telephone systems. As you know, Congress passed several laws recently, like Kerry's Law and the Ray Baum Act. We are in the process of implementing regulations to flesh out the requirements to comply with those laws. We have proposed that if you are using an MLTS, a multi-line telephone system, that you do not have to dial an extra number in order to reach an outside line, for example, 9 before you dial 911. That applies to hotels, office buildings, college campuses, etc. But we instead propose by rule that you should be able to dial directly. Secondly, if you use TRS, telecommunications relay services, that you still have dispatchable location conveyed to 911. And dispatchable location is not limited to street address, but may include room number, floor number of multi-story buildings. So it's not only X and Y, but Z information, Z-axis information. We have proposed some rules around that as well. We have not announced the comment due date for that FMPRM, but we will send out an access info alert and welcome your comments as soon as that date is confirmed. Third, as you know, today is a big day for emergency personnel. We are going to have a nationwide emergency test of WEA, Wireless Emergency Alerts, and EAS, the Emergency Alerting System. Both are going to be tested this afternoon I know that many of you are interested in that as well. We know there are some people who couldn't be here because of those alerts going on. Hopefully they're able to join us remotely via the web. The WIA test is going to be transmitted at 2:18 p.m. this afternoon. That's Eastern Standard Time. And the EAS test will follow directly at 2:20 p.m. This was rescheduled originally, meant to be on September 20th, but because of Hurricane Florence, the decision was made to postpone it to today, which is wonderful. So we'll all be together. We will have a separate room here where if you choose to, you may go to observe the test on television if you'd like. We will have more information about that. I think that we'll be sharing just before the break that occurs during that period. Both tests will start with, "This is a test," and both tests will end with, "No action is needed." Of course, both of those tests are required to be accessible, and if you do watch the EAS test at 2:20, bear in mind that that test has a numerous requirements. Visual information cannot conflict. If there's captioning on the screen, it cannot obscure other important visual information. It must be readable. That readability includes font size, color, location, speed, etc. And it must not overlap or be cut off on one side of the screen. The visual information must be completely readable. It must be presented in its entirety at least once, as must the audio information be presented in its entirety at least once. The last item in the emergency context, just yesterday we had a historic event here at the FCC. We hosted a PSAP RTT Education Day. That's Public Safety Answering Points Real-Time Text Education Day. And I see many of you who are in this room were there yesterday. Richard Ray, who helped moderate that event as well, who I see is at the table here, was very, very informative. We provided access to resources and information about how PSAPs can expedite their transition from TTY to RTT. Given that TTY is a 1970s technology, and you guys don't use your computers from the 1970s, I imagine, and so we are trying to keep up with the times. That webcast will be archived, and the page with that webcast archive will also have access to all of the presentations, video files, resource sheets that were shared during that. So please keep an eye out on that in the next few days to be updated. Thank you very much to the Emergency Communications Subcommittee for all the help you gave us in putting that together. Linda and Brian Unashko in particular, thank you so much for helping to shape that day. Now, moving on to CVAA-related activities at the Commission, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I'm always trying to get that long title correct. We have done a couple of things in our biennial work here. We announced that in July, the funding for the 56 state programs for the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, that is also known as ICANN Connect. We can distribute up to $10 million annually to support that program. This year, we have set aside $250,000 of that for nationwide outreach and $100,000 for developing a new centralized database for that program. $9.65 million remains and has been distributed to these 56 certified programs throughout the country. The second thing that we did with regards to CVAA is released in August a public notice to seek your comment on our tentative findings about accessibility barriers and gaps around CVAA-related issues. For example, telecommunications and advanced communication services and equipment, internet browsers on mobile phones, communications technologies, and the like. That comment period is already closed as of August 23rd, and the report is due to Congress October 8th. So that's coming up next week. Be on the lookout for that formal report. We will be releasing an access info to share a copy with everyone as well. Thank you for all those of you who submitted comments. The last item is that we also announced this past Friday the roster of the Interoperable Video Calling Working Group under the North American Numbering Council, and also known as NANC or NANCY, to seek ways to make interoperable video calling available through conventional 10-digit numbers. And I want to congratulate Matt Gerst and David Bahar, who are serving as the co-chairs of that working group under Nancy. I know that Matt, unfortunately, wasn't able to be here today because of the nationwide emergency alerting test. He's back at his office fielding questions. I'm not sure if we've seen David here today either, but I do also want to publicly thank them for their leadership on that working group. The very last thing that I will say has to do with video description. We released a public notice in June to seek comment on the American Cable Association's petition requesting a waiver of the accessible user interfaces requirements, particularly for set-top boxes for some small and mid-sized cable systems. The comment period closed on July 20th for that item. This is for those smaller companies that may be using analog systems, and we are currently reviewing that, and an order should be coming out in due course. We will let you know when that happens. Thank you again to all of you for making our work here even more informed with all of your input, your recommendations, and we are looking forward to continuing to work with you. And with that said, I will pass it on to Elliot, who will talk about the work that we've been doing with regards to TRS telecommunications relay services. Thank you.
Hi, can we take just like a 1-minute break for interpreter switching? Yeah, perfect. So let's just take a like 30-second break for interpreters to switch positions if you need, and that's great.
And Will, we're just getting the word from some of the interpreters that the switch has already been made, so thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, I think the microphone is on now. So going back to June, on June 15th, the Commission released its annual public notice reminding all TRS providers to file their complaint log summaries. Then moving on June 26th, the FCC put out a public notice seeking comment on a petition filed by the VRS providers where they were asking for a limited waiver of the Commission's rules to permit them to provide service to a new user or to a user whose VRS telephone number has been ported from another provider while that user's verification was being verified through the TRS Telecommunications Relay Service user registration database known as the TRS-URD, subject to those calls being compensable only if the user was verified. At the end of June, the Commission issued, this is actually the CGB issued its annual order setting the TRS rates as well as the contribution factor for the 2018-2019 fund year. On July 16th, the CGB issued a public notice granting recertification for TRS for all the state programs, that would be the 54 states and territories, to continue with their TRS programs. Those recertifications are now good until July 25th, 2023. On August 8th, the Commission, the CGB extended a previously granted waiver issued to Sprint and Hamilton of several of the TRS mandatory minimum standards. These are specifically waivers of the equal access, long-distance equal access requirement, as well as a number of long-distance billing options provided, and they would not have to provide that, provided that the long-distance service is provided at no charge. And those waivers expire on August 24th, 2019. More recently, actually also on August 6th, the Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau released a public notice seeking comment on Sprint's, on 2 petitions filed by Sprint regarding the IPCTS order that was released in early June. One was a petition for clarification or in the alternative reconsideration of the 2018 declaratory ruling regarding use of automatic speech recognition for IPCTS. Sprint specifically asked that the Commission provide notice and opportunity for comment on all applications for certification for IPCTS using ASR, that those applications be granted only if the applicants demonstrate meeting the various standards regarding accuracy, privacy, emergency communications, et cetera, and that the Commission not provide funding for ASR-based IPCTS until after the Commission establishes the rate methodology for ASR-based IPCTS. And then the second Sprint petition asked for reconsideration of the rate portion of the IPCTS order, asking that the interim rate be set at the prior interim rate rather than the reduced rate that was established in the order, and so anyway, the Commission asked for comment on that. The comment period has closed. And then lastly, and that comment period closed. However, the comment period for the June IPCTS order is still open. On October 16th is the comment period for reply comments on the further notice of proposed rulemaking. Also on October 16th is the deadline for the for comments, for comments on the notice of inquiry, and November 15th is the deadline for reply comments on the notice of inquiry. And then lastly, on August 30th, the Commission, or actually the Bureau, gave a waiver to ZVRS and Purple regarding regarding a failure to notify both the Commission and the TRS fund administrator of a change of call center location 30 days in advance. The Commission was notified, but the TRS fund administrator was not notified, so the waiver was granted so that the calls from the relocated call center could be compensated. And that's it. Any questions for Susie or me?
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, go ahead, Christian.
This is Christian speaking. Thank you. And I apologize, and I need to ask for clarification. The captions seem to have missed some of the information. You said something about October 15th and comments being due on the NOI, the notice of inquiry. Which specific issue is that pertaining to?
The notice of, actually, I'm blanking on the notice of inquiry right now, but that was dealing with Karen. Karen's not here. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on that. It's very weird. Yeah, it's October 16th. And give me a second, I'll get back to you on that in a second. I'm sorry, my mind is blanked on the notice of inquiry for some reason.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you both for your reports. We appreciate it, getting updated from the DRO. So I think now we're actually ready to go forward with the reports. Tech transition is up first. I don't know, will it be you, Linda, or Zainab, who will start off with this report? Okay, Linda first.
Hi, this is Linda.
Actually, before Linda speaks, I'm sorry, I got my act back together. The notice of inquiry was on the standards for IPCTS, the performance standards.
Hi, this is Linda. Our report will consist of 2 recommendations that we will submit to the DAC for vote. The first recommendation is on RTT on refreshable Braille displays, and it was adopted by the subcommittee May 23rd, 2018. And I will read the whereas and the recommendation. We do have an attachment with background information that, unless requested, I don't plan to read the attachment. Whereas the Federal Communication Commission's, FCC, or Commission's report and order on real-time text, RTT, does not outline specific requirements on manufacturers of RTT technologies or telecommunication carriers to ensure compatibility of RTT with refreshable Braille displays and similar assistive technologies. And whereas the corresponding further notice of proposed rulemaking requests comment on how to best support the use of refreshable Braille displayed with RTT. And whereas the Technology Transition Subcommittee has been asked to explore the technical and practical challenges of supporting the compatibility of RTT with refreshable Braille displays and similar assistive technologies, and whereas the Technology Transition Subcommittee submitted a recommendation to the Commission in October 2017 that further study was needed and recommended the FCC host a workshop. And whereas, with the assistance of the Commission's Consumer and Government Affairs Bureau, the Technology Transitions Subcommittee subsequently held a workshop in April 2018 to explore compatibility of RTT and refreshable Braille displays, which included hands-on demonstrations to gather information from deafblind experts. The workshop resulted in takeaways listed in the attachment. And whereas, in the best interests of the deafblind community for best practices on this issue to provide manufacturers and service providers the flexibility to innovate, and whereas, as a result of its review of this issue and knowledge acquired at the April 2018 workshop, the subcommittee has developed some recommended best practices for parties to consider. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the FCC encourage the communications industry, including Braille display manufacturers, screen reader manufacturers, wireless device manufacturers, app developers, and service providers to consider a set of best practices for support of RTT on refreshable Braille devices that may include the following: providing a seamless user experience for consumers when using RTT with different Braille devices, which may be achieved through standardization or through clear educational materials that explain how to use RTT on each Braille device. Building in-text transmittal processes that allow for autocorrect and word prediction functions, providing an alert indicator in the event that a call disconnects, as well as a simple process to reestablish the call, considering how connectivity options between the phone and refreshable Braille display will operate reliably in emergency situations. A single option by itself may not be enough, including deaf-blind consumers in testing and development. I want to thank the work of the Tech Transition Subcommittee in developing this recommendation, and we submit this to the DAC for vote.
Okay, any questions? Any discussion on the recommendation? Al, go ahead.
Al here. I want to say that I appreciate very much the recommendation, and I would like to get Brian's sense of it before we go to the vote. Brian? This is Brian. Is the camera on me? Okay. I definitely want to thank the subcommittee for all of the work that they did in producing this important event. So very much in support. Thank you very much for the work.
Okay, I didn't see who went first, but I'll go with Eddie and then Isidore.
Hello, everyone. Eddie Martinez from TCS Associates. I do have a question for Linda. It's a clarification question about the refreshable Braille displays and what happens when the call gets disconnected. Are you talking about a Bluetooth device, or maybe could you elaborate on that point just a little bit more?
Can I have the camera on Linda, please?
This is Linda. Thank you. We wanted to build in the flexibility. I don't think we were specifically intending it to be a Bluetooth device. We understood that when we recommended that there be more options, that certain situations Bluetooth may not work, and so and so I know the industry had worked on some standards and best practices to develop other options. So it's not specific to Bluetooth. We just wanted to make sure that the manufacturers and everybody took a look at all the possible solutions to making this a seamless communication experience. Does that help?
Yes, thank you, Linda.
Okay, Isidore? No, you go ahead. Isidore, you're next. You're next.
First of all, I want to thank you for the clarification and all the hard work that the subcommittee did. There were two words for me that I needed more explanation on. You said encourage the FCC and the industry, the technology companies, to make the equipment accessible. Is there any reason why, rather than using the word encourage, you are not using, rather than encourage, you could have said require?
Several reasons. One specific reason is the FCC does not have specific jurisdiction over some of the Braille display manufacturers, and so that was one of the main reasons for encourage. And also this is to be best practices, so we wanted to again give everybody who really has come together and shown a commitment to making this a better experience, give them the flexibility to do it in a way that it benefits consumers the most.
Okay, I
you.
recognize Christian.
Thank you, Christian speaking. I wanted to add to the clarification that Linda just shared. I assume that most people here are aware that a few months ago there was an announcement made from Microsoft that several companies had gotten together to develop some standards for Braille specifically, vis-a-vis that operating system and the connection. And so what this recommendation is being made at a time where the subcommittee was aware that industry was thinking about it, and so they were writing the recommendation with that in mind.
Okay, I can't see who that is. Scott? Scott. Okay, go ahead, Scott.
This is Scott. I just also wanted to add some clarification as to why we didn't specifically say Bluetooth. The reason we didn't say Bluetooth, aside from not wanting to pick on one particular protocol, is that we wanted to write these particular recommendations so that they would be applicable for years to come. So right now we have Bluetooth, and that's the main standard. But several years down the road, we may have something totally different that isn't Bluetooth, but that might be some other kind of wireless technology, or, I mean, who knows what will happen 10 years down the road. So by not making specific mention of Bluetooth, we've now made the recommendation something that will last longer. Thank you.
So do we have any more questions for Linda? Al, go ahead.
Al here. I am wondering about something that Linda mentioned, about the FCC not having jurisdiction to require a Braille system be set up. Can I ask the FCC for clarification about that jurisdictional area? My understanding was that CVAA grants the FCC some amount of funding for the National Distribution Program, meaning the deafblind community, so therefore it would seem that jurisdiction would follow. And if not, what kind of jurisdiction does the FCC have regarding the monies that they've been granted?
Our jurisdiction, there's two parts, actually, a two-part answer to your question, Sonny. And this is Karen. We have the National Deafblind Equipment Distribution Program, also called ICANN Connect, which gives out money to state programs and also money to our United States territories to distribute equipment to low-income people who are deafblind, communications and information services equipment. That money is for the distribution of equipment. It's not for the development of equipment. It's not for achieving compatibility with equipment. It's for equipment that is introduced into the market by other entities, by companies. And so they then give that equipment or make that equipment available to the distribution programs, and the distribution programs then work with deafblind communities and individual applicants that want to get access to that equipment, that want that equipment. And they also have training and assessments. It's a major program, but what it doesn't do is it doesn't provide funding for the development of equipment or technologies. Aside from that, we have rules under Section 255 of the Communications Act, and more advanced rules as well that were adopted under the CVAA, the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, that require compatibility with both telecommunication devices and advanced communication services and devices. So actually, telecommunications devices and services, and then advanced communication services and the devices used with those services. So we do have a requirement for companies that are covered by our rules, namely telecommunications providers and manufacturers and advanced communication service providers and manufacturers, for those entities to ensure that their services and products are compatible with specialized customer premises equipment, also known as peripheral devices, also known as assistive devices, that are commonly used by people with disabilities. What we don't have jurisdiction over is the actual assistive devices, and that was Linda's point. So we cannot tell the Braille manufacturers what to do. We can only tell the companies over which we have jurisdiction that they have to make sure that their services and their products are compatible with the assistive devices. And that's why the standards effort was so critical and so helpful, because in the past, it's often been a problem for entities covered by our rules to achieve compatibility with what sometimes is a moving target or multiple different types of assistive devices. So once there's a standard, a Braille standard, that makes it a lot easier for the companies to comply with our rules.
Linda, and then go to Brian.
This is Linda, and then just to add to that, the other reason for encourage is these are best practices, and if we use require or mandate, then that takes away the best practices and the industry flexibility.
Go ahead, Brian.
Brian speaking. I know it's very tempting for us to look at the refreshable Braille displays and assume that that is where the problem lies, but most of the time the problem is not lodged there. Rather, it's connected most of the time related to the design not being appropriate. So it's not designed appropriately in such a way that these connections happen. You know, what we're asking for is that the program should just tell us when things happen. And if it's not designed correctly to do so, then it won't work correctly. So for example, this afternoon, we know that we're having a test of the presidential alerting system. And I can already tell you that we will have problems with my particular device, because the first thing that is going to happen on my refreshable delay is that it's going to say dismiss. So my phone is going to ring, and I'm going to come down to my Braille display and have the option to see the word dismiss. And that's because the program was not designed appropriately it focuses in the wrong area, if you will. So what we need to be discussing is how to set the appropriate guidelines in place for the designers of the phone systems. And it's not really about a particular piece of equipment necessarily.
Do we have any more questions or discussion? Okay, so I will take a motion for acceptance of this recommendation.
I move that
So Linda so moves. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you, Tony. So we will take a roll call at this point. We'll go one by one to accept or not, depending on your organization. We'll start again to my left after the FCC staff. So that starts with you, Tom.
Comcast votes yes.
AUCD votes yes.
NAB votes yes.
NCTA votes yes.
American Council of the Blind votes yes.
CTA votes yes.
HKNC votes yes.
FEMA abstains. The Access Board abstains. One People Consumer votes yes.
The CAPTA votes yes.
The Wireless RERC votes yes.
DSA votes it's about time. Gallaudet University votes yes. National Association of the Deaf votes yes. TDI votes yes. Richard Ray votes yes. NBDA says yes. TCS Associates votes yes. Brian, the deafblind advocate, votes yes, emphatically.
Verizon votes yes.
I think you can go ahead, Linda.
AT&T votes yes.
CTIA votes yes.
ITI votes yes.
National Federation of the Blind votes yes.
You're next. Here's the one over here.
Level Access votes yes.
Hearing Loss Association of America votes yes. So we have, this is passed with one abstention. We have no nays, right? Two.
I'm sorry, this is Will. I just want to clarify that the abstentions from the government entities aren't. We'll call them no votes. They're not allowed to vote. I appreciate the abstention. They're skipping. We're skipping them. So as far as I count, that was 100% in favor. Right.
Okay. So the recommendation is adopted. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Tech Transition Committee. And I believe we have more from the Tech Transition. Zainab, do you have more as well?
Thank you. This is Zainab speaking. We do have one more recommendation with the RTT and TRS operations. And we would, this was adopted by the subcommittee on August 17th, 2018. And I want to thank everyone for their work on this, and I will go ahead and read the recommendation now. Number one, whereas the Federal Communications Commission's, FCC or Commission, report and order on real-time text does not outline specific requirements for RTT and telecommunications relay services operations. And whereas the corresponding further notice of proposed rulemaking requests comment on RTT requirements for TRS providers and the impact of RTT and TRS. And whereas the Technology Transition Subcommittee has been asked to develop recommendations on ways to introduce and support the integration of RTT and TRS operations. And whereas the Technology Transition Subcommittee recognizes that there is potential value in integrating RTT and TRS operations. Now, therefore, it is recommended that the FCC further explore and address, as appropriate, the issues related to RTT integration into TRS operations and the impact of RTT on TRS, engaging all relevant stakeholders, including but not limited to relay service providers, consumers, business, and academic representatives. We submit this recommendation to the DAC.
Do we have any questions for the committee? Any questions or comments? Okay, I can't see your name either, but please go ahead. Yes, Kara. No, not Kara. Ken, sorry. My
Hi, this-
apologies.
Ken with IT. I just want to say that really applaud the leadership of the subcommittee for the way they managed this process. We looked at a number of issues, questions arose among various stakeholders on the subcommittee, and we really delved into the topic and the notion that we needed more answers and more research. I think this is a very constructive way to engage on an important issue as RTT continues to evolve both in the United States and elsewhere. So again, I just want to applaud the leadership for the way they directed this and thank them for that effort.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Brian, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Brian speaking. I just want to echo the comment that was just made and applaud the Tech Transition Subcommittee for all the wonderful work that they've done on RTT, and also to thank the DAC at large for really raising the awareness about RTT over the past 2 years. It really has, we've seen a lot of conversion in the support of RTT, and that change has been made widely. And I do want everyone to think about all of the different applications that RTT will have in the future, things that haven't even come to mind as of yet. Just with this DAC term, we've focused pretty heavily on the technological aspect of RTT, but also as a consumer of RTT in the past year or so, I have realized that there still are a lot of holes, a lot of gaps where we need to kind of fill in and come up with ideas to resolve these issues to make sure that in further terms of the DAC, we can focus on the standardization of RTT and also think about the social implications that RTT will have for our communities and the types of things that we'll have to face, not just on the technological aspects, but the work that has been, and like I said, I do want to reiterate all the wonderful work that has been done to date.
Anybody else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve this recommendation. Zainab so moves. Do we have a second? Richard?
Second.
And Brian. Okay, so again, let's take a vote on the, I actually can allow another moment for questions or comments. Okay, then let's go ahead and take the vote. Tom, you're up first.
Comcast votes yes.
AUCD votes yes.
NAB votes yes.
And CTA votes yes.
ACB votes yes.
CTA votes yes.
HKNC votes yes.
One people, consumer, yes.
DCAPTA, yes.
Helena Mitchell, Wireless RRC, yes.
Al Sonnenstrahl and DSA vote yes. Christian Vogler and Gallaudet University vote yes. National Association of the Deaf votes yes. TDI votes yes. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles votes yes. Isidore Nyongobo, MBDA votes yes. TCS Associates votes yes. Brian, deafblind advocate, votes yes, strongly.
Verizon votes yes.
AT&T votes yes.
CTIA votes yes.
ITI votes yes.
National Federation of the Blind votes yes.
Level Access votes yes.
And Hearing Loss Association of America votes yes. Will, it looks like we have another unanimous vote here. The recommendation is carried. Thank you again, Tech Transitions team. Now, we're running ahead. Do you want to plow ahead, or?
This is Will. I would definitely like to keep plowing ahead because there's lots and lots that towards the end that can really expand the amount of I would like to keep plowing ahead if possible. And
Okay.
in fact, we can whichever report wants to go next. I think we can squeeze in either video or emergency before the first break.
Okay, so the schedule has video programming subcommittee. Do you want to go ahead, video programming?
Sure.
And with that, who's going to be speaking, Tom or Ron, on that?
Tom.
Are you okay with that? Okay, Tom, you have the camera on Tom and the mic.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So we have two things for you, the video subcommittee. One will be a report on a list of 5 topics that we are submitting to the commission for considering handing it off to the next Disability Advisory Committee, if and when chartered, for their possible consideration. And the second update will be from Josh Paiva and Tony Stevens, which is kind of an update on a recommendation that the DAC approved in February concerning emergency information. So we'll go through the list of 5 topics, and we can have discussion about that, and then turn it over to Josh and Tony to provide an exciting update on some things they were involved with last Saturday with the RTDNA Excellence in Journalism Conference in Baltimore around emergency information. All right, so the first is a report from the Video Programming Subcommittee, October 3rd, 2018. I'll just read this report and the list of topics. Following list of 5 topics developed by the Video Programming Subcommittee was developed for possible consideration by the next chartered DAC and appears in no prioritized order. Additionally, this list is presented in an advisory capacity without a subcommittee vote or effort to achieve full consensus. Topic 1, described television listings. Consider the feasibility of and barriers to developing an automated digital list of described television programming, of which electronic program guides may be able to incorporate to provide consumers with timely and accurate notice of available audio described programs. Topic 2, additional secondary audio stream. Convene a roundtable of technology, industry, should say experts here, and advocates appropriate for the issue regarding the opportunities, challenges, and costs related to one or more additional secondary or alternate audio streams in all formats, over the air, cable, satellite, online, second screen, etc. Topic 3, caption placement. Review consumer concerns, technical challenges, and opportunities for best practice sharing among various video delivery ecosystem participants regarding caption placement. Such a review should include technical and policy experts from the various parts of the programming delivery chain. Topic 4, ASR technology. ASR technology neutral metrics. So topic 4 is ASR technology neutral metrics. Explore opportunities and challenges of developing technology neutral metrics for closed captioning quality with an eye toward facilitating objective comparison between different captioning technologies, including automatic speech recognition in terms of their ability to yield accuracy, completeness, synchronicity, and placement. And then topic 5, continue discussion of cross-platform transfer issues. Convene an industry roundtable to consider cross-industry and cross-platform best practices or standard operating procedures for assuring that captions and descriptions are delivered with video when transferred from one video programming producer or distributor to another platform or distributor. And that is the 5 topics. Does anyone have any questions on that before we continue?
Okay, we're ready for some questions for the committee. Christian, please go ahead.
Christian speaking. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say generally I support all 5 of the items that were mentioned. I want to focus a bit on number 4. I have a question for clarification and then also a follow-up comment. So my first question to clarify is that I understand that you want to develop a technology, a neutral platform and metric, and I do support that. Most definitely. I'm a bit confused as you mentioned ASR in that area, and I just want to make sure, do you mean ASR technology neutral metrics? Because it seems, is it simply that or a technology neutral metric? And then a follow-up comment on that. As some of you already know, Gallaudet University has recently been awarded a new research grant, and that is a 5-year grant. It's a total of $2.4 million, and the grant specifically focuses on caption quality metrics with an emphasis on technological neutrality. So the team's going to be led by 2 individuals. That is myself and Dr. Rajna Kushalnagar. And we will be partnering with the Rochester Institute for Technology with Dr. Matt Humerfirth. And also we will be partnering with AppTech. And we will be investigating the AppTech basic captioning with a focus on determining how to implement appropriate punctuation within the captions. And the 3 organizations will be working together for the entire 5 years. We are really excited about this opportunity, and I think it will eventually help the FCC in the DAC with all of the different technology that we'll be investigating. And so I would, like to make sure we give everybody a seat at the table to really help us figure out what are going to be the best metrics in this endeavor, and to making sure that we all have access to video captions. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Christian. The text has this written as ASR/technology neutral metrics. I wasn't involved in this specific recommendation. Let me ask Josh to jump in and just provide a little clarification there.
Go ahead, Josh.
The camera. Hello? Thank you. This is Josh speaking from the National Association of Broadcasters. I believe the language was meant to be technology neutral, not ASR technology neutral. And so that might be a mix-up in the terms. And NAB looks forward to continuing its relationship with Gallaudet and other advocates as they move forward in research in this area.
Thanks,
Tom?
Josh. Any other questions on the 5 topics?
This is Lisa. I'd like to ask further, take a moment to ask, even though I'm the chair, just a little more clarification. So when you're saying technology neutral, you mean you want to look at standards that would be applied both to CART provision of captioning and for ASR provision of captioning. Is that correct?
Yes, this would be for the use of any technology to create captions in a broadcast environment.
Okay, and I had one other question. When you were talking about looking at this, you mentioned the 3, again, this may be a CART issue that I didn't catch it. I only heard 3 things you were looking at, which was accuracy, completeness, and placement. Would you also be looking at delay or latency?
So I'll read this just in case there was. So the description of this one would be: explore opportunities and challenges of developing technology-neutral metrics for closed captioning quality with an eye toward facilitating objective comparison between different captioning technologies, including automatic speech recognition, in terms of their ability to yield accuracy, completeness, synchronicity, and placement. So there's 4. Accuracy, completeness, synchronicity, and placement.
Okay. Got it. Do we have any more questions for the committee on this topic? Yes, Ron, go ahead, please.
This is one people speaking. And one thing I want to remind the Fair Council about is that these are just topics that we think may be of interest, that the FCC will consider assigning to the subcommittee. So whether the commission is going to give them to us or not, we have no idea. But these are things that we see evolving in the future that possibly could be looked at by the DAC. And with respect to questions, fact that Gallaudet is doing research, which is a great thing. But at the same time, we do not want to wait 5 years for the research from the Gallaudet study to come out. And so basically, we've come up with these ideas, and we'll forward them to the commission. At that point, it will be up to the commissioner's office.
Okay, I don't see any other cards up. Okay, Tom, you said there was more?
Absolutely, thanks, Lisa. So I'm now going to hand this over to Josh and Tony. You'll remember in February, the DAC approved a recommendation out of the Video Programming Subcommittee around making emergency information that would be things like weather radar, maps, some of that dynamic imagery accessible to people who are blind or visually impaired through video description. We recommended and the DAC approved a 5-year period before broadcasters to make that information available, but also in that recommendation included a provision or recommendation that industry and consumer advocates work together to communicate best practices to broadcasters for making dynamic or even static images in an emergency information accessible. And we have some exciting news to report on that very collaboration. So Josh, take it away.
Okay, we're looking for Josh here for the camera and the mic.
Waiting for the. Thank you. This is Josh. Thank you very much to Tom for that introduction. I'm very pleased to speak a little bit about the pretty amazing collaboration we had with Tony Stevens and my friends at the American Council of the Blind. This weekend we spoke at the RTDNA Excellence in Journalism Conference, which brings around journalistic leaders, news directors, and other people who run newsrooms across the country, including corporate news directors that supervise other news directors and individual station news directors. We had an invitation-only panel with about 20 people in attendance of sort of the leaders of RTDNA, and we had a discussion of some best practices for specifically on weather, for making weather more storytelling, audio, visual, for blind and those with low vision. And it was a very successful opportunity. I used video created by one of the Meredith television stations that was a before and after, sort of before learning of some of these best practices which we discussed, and then what the video portrayed afterwards, after talking to the meteorologist who was doing them. And I think it was very good opportunity to talk at things based on what Joel Snyder had provided us about specificity, painting a picture, and providing hints as to which way things were moving, northwest, east, west, east, northeast, whatever it may be. And so that was a very successful, and out of it came a variety of additional action items where we will be working with RTDNA on future, and ACB on future opportunities to reach even wider audiences of newsrooms. So again, I want to thank ACP and for the Video Programming Subcommittee, which originally recommended this endeavor, and I do want to turn it over to Tony to add more to that.
Go ahead, Tony. Oh,
Thank you,
wait,
Lisa.
Hold on a second, let the camera get over to you.
There. Are we good?
For Tony, please. And we have the camera on. There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. And Tony with the American Council of the Blind. Thank you to Josh and the National Association of Broadcasters for really helping to set up this relationship with what is essentially the body that represents the news directors for all media that's of a telecommunications broadcast related media around the country. We were very fortunate to take part in that, and I thank Joel as well, who's not here, but I think a lot of folks know Joel Schneider, who runs ACB's Audio Description Project and is one of the more renowned folks. He's over in Europe right now working on audio description for folks in Europe right now, but is in a sense world renowned and was able to put together what essentially are very, we think solid best practices. What was very special about the meeting was the ability to not necessarily, spoon feed in a sense the broadcasters. The demonstration I think that Josh was able to put together of the meteorologist really demonstrated techniques that can be used in journalism. Folks know whenever there's an emergency, just any hurricane is 24-hour news cycles now, and there's a lot of extemporaneous speaking. How can that communication be done in a way that is more and we talked about this, and it really sort of put the light over people's heads, in a sense, the light bulb over those in the room, in ways that we can communicate more descriptively in anything that we do. Because the reality is it's not just people who are blind or visually impaired at the end, but in the case of a tornado, for example, that the broadcaster news director from St. Louis was describing, was that, they get passed over radio as well. And so that the audience in emergencies can always change, and you always need to think of the largest possible net that you can throw in putting together any kind of conversation or communication conveying that emergency information. For us, what was most beneficial, I think, was the next steps. I tried to do the math of the markets that were represented in that room, and it was a significant size of eyeballs and ears around the country that was in that room at that time. Josh mentioned, but we had a conversation about how can we reach the scale to reach the thousands of markets, stations around the country. And I think that's the next step. We were thankful for some very good recommendations that the news leaders had there, in a sense of ways that we as consumers can better reach out on local level to do similar to what Josh had demonstrated in the room, to basically take what could be a sterile or negative representation of emergency news and convey it in a way that is very descriptive and very thought through extemporaneously. So we're very fortunate for that, and thank Josh again and RTDNA as well. Really, we felt like I left there with a real sense of buy-in for consumers and a commitment to help us reach a sense of scale with broadcasters and newsrooms around the country in ways that we can better convey emergency information during any kind of live broadcast presentation. So thanks again.
Thanks, Tony. Oh.
Can Tom have the mic and the camera? There we go. Go ahead.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Josh. Great collaboration there. Are there any questions for Josh and Tony about this?
I don't see any cards up.
Great. So I just want to...
Susie wanted to say something?
Thank you so much for that report. This is Susie speaking. I may have overlooked this, but could you share with us what the next steps are for these efforts?
This is Tony. Am I on camera? Okay, thank you.
You're on.
Tony with ACB. So one thing we're looking at too is engaging our state affiliates. ACB, we have affiliates and are willing to work with any other folks that are consumer-based organizations that have outreach capabilities and local levels, basically in creating ways in which we can engage and educate local broadcasters. You know, I think these best practices kind of gave us a sense of here is a roadmap that can be done and in a sense create better quality and as I said, these sort of extemporaneous newscasts. The other thing that we're focused on is the NAB convention in spring and looking towards that in ways that we can engage groups like the Broadcaster Educators Association, AEJMC, and other organizations that also work. You know, I use the reference of what's going on in the Teach Access world for software development. I think we can think similar ways in terms of teaching the educators as well for future newscasters in ways that we can also think of these type of things and going forward. So NAB is in a sense sort of the penultimate gathering of these minds and folks. So we are hopefully looking forward to engaging as well with some of those organizations in the spring around the NAB convention.
Go ahead, Tom. Camera. Yeah, there we got it. Thanks.
So I just want to thank the subcommittee. You know, it's been a challenge, this charter in this subcommittee. I'll be honest about it. I think that really, though, is evident of the fact that we've made lots of progress in the video space over the years, and some of these topics that we put forward, or all of these topics that we put forward, reflect kind of where video is heading in the future. And I think there was, you know, lots of healthy debate and about different problems to be solved, whether it be delivery of content from one platform to another and making sure that the captions and video description remain intact. You know, the TV listings for video description. I know NAB and NCTA have done some great work in that space, and certainly the distributors, Comcast included, are trying our best to reflect accurate information about described programming in our program guides. Certainly we have the talking interface piece, as do many other providers around the table here. You know, you think about the second audio stream. You know, we're moving to an all-IP world at some point here, and so what are the challenges? Where are the opportunities? And we really do need experts to help us in some of these areas to, you know, show us some possible paths forward. I think the real-time text work done by the Tech Transition Subcommittee, where you collaborated with the Commission to bring in Braille display manufacturers, phone service providers, and phone manufacturers and advocates to look at these issues and really have a full in-depth discussion about opportunities is a model for this subcommittee in the future, the video subcommittee, should there be one in that next DAC to kind of pursue. So I think we had healthy debate, but it just, I think, is reflective of where video is headed and the progress all of you in this room and the commission and industry has made over the years on video. And I think both sides, industry and advocates, have their heart and minds in the right place. And I just want to thank my co-chair, Ron, and the subcommittee for all of your efforts. And unless anyone else on the subcommittee has any other comments, I can hand it back to you, Lisa.
I don't see any more cards up. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ron, and the committee for all your work. And we look forward to seeing the next charter DAC take up some of these issues. Will, we are well ahead of schedule. Do you want to take a break now? Absolutely. I think that's probably a good idea. So in fact, if you don't mind, we could take, instead of 15, we could do a 20-minute and reconvene at 11. Does that sound good? Okay, great. So, but yes, you do need to get back here.
Understanding of real-time text, and also how real-time text works with TTY. The Emergency Communications Subcommittee will address appropriate contact information for facilitating that coordination between public safety answering points and wireless companies at a later time when those two topics are properly addressed. The second point is RTT Education Day. The event occurred yesterday, as we heard earlier. A PSAP fact sheet was also made available for distribution at that RTT PSAP Education Day yesterday. The PSAP RTT Education Day, as I said, was held here at FCC headquarters and was broadcast live via video stream. This event provided information to PSAPs and other emergency communications systems regarding RTT features and benefits for emergency response personnel and consumers, including consumers with disabilities. Best practices for processing RTT requests from service providers, and finally, ways to implement the RTT service feature. I would like to now turn it over to Linda Vandeloop, who was responsible, along with Brian Unashko from the committee, was responsible for undertaking the planning for this event and helped to, I guess, host, or, well, they were the coordinators for this event. So I'm going to turn it over to Linda at this point. Linda?
Thank you. This is Linda. So I think the event yesterday was a great success, and it provided lots of really good information about how real-time text works today when using real-time text to dial 911, which is backward compatibility to the TTY and the PSAPs, and what needs to be done so that PSAPs will be able to handle RTT to RTT calls in the future, as well as the benefits of doing that. Patrick Weber set the tone with his opening remarks. The FCC, Karen Pelt-Strauss and David Firth, also provided an overview of the regulatory policy, and that was followed by RTT demonstrations to show how RTT works. So Christian Vogler showed 5 videos showing 5 different types of interactions using real-time text. And then that was followed by Ian Dildner and me, who demonstrated an actual RTT to RTT call over the AT&T and Verizon networks. And then Jeff Knighton of Hamilton showed an RTT call using a Hamilton wireline phone that Hamilton is starting to trial in its relay centers. We had a panel on the infrastructure required to make an RTT to RTT call at the PSAP. And that panel was Mark Fletcher of Avaya, Jeff Knighton, Hamilton, Drew Morin, T-Mobile, Richard Muscat, Bexar Metro. Okay. Bexar Metro 911 Network and Texas 911 Alliance, and John Snap West. And that was moderated by Nellie Fusner and Rasul Safavian, I apologize if I mispronounced the names, of Public Safety. Deborah Packin did a great job of moderating and keeping us all on track. And then the last panel was an Ask the Experts panel, which Richard moderated, and that provided everybody who participated here in the room as well as live stream the opportunity to ask anybody any questions that came up throughout the whole afternoon. And there were some pretty interesting, pretty hard questions, and it was very thought-provoking, and I think it, particularly relating to overcoming the challenges of building the infrastructure to complete the RTT calls to the PSAP. And I think we have a lot to think about as we move forward. I know the industry has been working very hard to make sure that infrastructure is in place and working. And then Susie summed everything up with her closing remarks. So I think it was a very successful day, and I invite everybody to view the archived video of the day.
Go ahead, Richard.
Thank you, Linda. And I also want to take this opportunity to once again thank Linda Vandeloop and Brian Unashko for all of the work they did in coordinating this event. Hats off to both of you. It really was a fabulous event, I believe, having been there. I'd also like to share some additional information with the committee. Prior to yesterday's event, there were several activities that pertained to RTT in terms of awareness building about RTT and emergency services. I'll give you an example. In June 18th, in fact, April Hines of InDigital, Drew Morin of T-Mobile, Jeff Knighton of Hamilton, and specifically Hamilton Innovations, Tony Dunn from Hamilton Telecommunications, and also former chair of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee, as well as myself, attended the National Emergency Number Association, or NENA, conference in Nashville, Tennessee, where we had a panel discussion titled Real-Time Text, Coming Soon to 911. In addition, that same group, well, minus myself, but that same group attended the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials, or APCO as it is known, conference in Las Vegas, which was this past August, on August 5th, and they had a session titled TTY is Going Away, RTT is Here Today. That was a really wonderful session for both of those conferences. In addition, during the National Association of the Deaf Biennial Conference in Hartford, Connecticut, which was July 3rd to 7th, again this year, Linda, as well as Christian and Susie, all had a session on real-time text as well. And Brian was there as well for that session. On September 11th, the National Association for State Relay Administrators, or NASRA as it is known, hosted a conference in Minnesota. Linda, Christian, Tony Dunn, and Howard Rosenblum from the National Association of the Deaf were on a panel discussion regarding emergency services and real-time text. On September 12th, Matt Gerst discussed real-time text at the CTIA's Accessibility Outreach Initiative Forum. Which was during Mobile World Congress Americas 2018, located in Los Angeles. As you can see, there has been a lot of activity, not only at the FCC, but also surrounding the FCC and the community to talk about what is happening and the sea change with real-time text, which is wonderful. I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank each member of the Emergency Communications Subcommittee for all of their outstanding support in our various efforts. And there are just some great people on this subcommittee, and I want to make sure to thank them all, as well as all the members of the full Disability Advisory Committee. And that I'm sorry, it's not my report, it is the Emergency Communications Subcommittee report. That concludes the subcommittee's report.
Thank you, Richard. Brian has a comment.
Hi, this is Brian speaking. I'd like to add a couple comments here. I was in attendance yesterday at RTT Education Day. First of all, I want to thank Linda, who did the lion's share of the work and deserves the lion's share of the credit for RTT PSAP Education Day yesterday. So again, some public thanks to Linda, as well as to the FCC. My two big takeaways from yesterday's meeting, I was really, really impressed with the PSAP community's interest in getting on board, seeing the attendees yesterday, and also the whole host of questions that were posed to the panel. So we can really see that there's a lot of people throughout the country who are watching this and trying to see what they can do. My second takeaway, again, I was impressed with how well we as a DAC, in collaboration with the FCC, got out this really important message. I just can't say I appreciate enough, in particular, Susie's closing remarks. I think she was right on target when she said that this was an historic event. I absolutely agree with her. I think that we probably changed a lot of minds out there. Of course, the work isn't done. We have to continue to work to get the word out. But we can all do that work both in our local communities, at the state level, all of our state public utility commissioners, et cetera. Anyone else who can help advocate for RTT deployment in their local areas. We're not done yet, but we've made at least some headway.
We have a question from Ron Bibler, or a comment.
This is Ron Bibler speaking. I don't know how soon it will be before RTT is mainstream. It's a common thing where everybody is using it. And part of it is an outreach and education point. RTT has been available since December, but I only recently became aware it was on my phone just a month ago. And so I started educating more people about RTT. And RTT does apply to me today because particularly in terms of emergency communications. Because if I'm in Montana and I were to dial 911, it would be a voice call, and it would not do me any good because I could not communicate with my PSAP. Okay? Perhaps I could do text to 911, but as we all know, text to 911 service is spotty. But with RT&T to PSAP becoming mainstream, that's going to be my go-to mode of how I'm going to reach a PSAP. It's going to be through RT&T. So if I was to ask people in this room, how many of you have RT&T now? Probably just a few hands would go up. But then if I was to point out how many people have maybe an Apple device, if that's what it takes, most of you would be surprised, but you have RT&T in there with the latest version of iOS 11 and 12, because it's in there, but you do have to turn it on. And so I've actually pointed out to a few people that you have RT&T in your phone, and they are surprised. And so what I've also found out now is whenever I start to make a voice call, my phone is asking me, do you want to do a voice call or an RT&T call? So I think we're slowly starting to see this mainstream. But I would also assure you that most people out there are unaware of the technology that's happening. So it has to do with outreach, communication, and education.
Okay, Susie?
Would you like to respond? Yes, hi, this is Susie. Thank you so much, Ron, for those important questions. Yes, RTT is available on many phones, on some phones. It is dependent on the carrier as well as the device. So if you take a moment and look at your own device and turn on the feature and try it out, it is available for those that choose not to support TTY. You are allowed to go with RTT instead. So now, many of the wireless carriers are supporting RTT, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint will be when we move to VoIP, which is voice over IP. So then when it comes to the PSAPs, if you're making a call to the PSAP using RTT, they are required to answer using what they have presently. And at this time, they do have TTYs. And RTT is required to be backwards compatible with TTYs. So the PSAPs are supposed to already answer those calls. If the PSAPs make the decision to communicate directly using RTT, the carrier needs to be notified, and the carrier has 6 months to make the service, the RTT, become ready for that direct communication from caller to PSAP. So hopefully that does answer your question, but you do bring up a very important point where we need to take that moment and try it out on an individual level. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Karen.
Waiting for the, okay. I just want to add to that. Thank you, Susie. What I want to just mention is two things. First of all, I just want to make very clear that our jurisdiction, again, stops at the telephone carriers. So we don't have jurisdiction over the PSAPs. It's the Department of Justice that has jurisdiction over those entities for purposes of accessibility under Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act. And it's under that statute that the PSAPs are required to accept calls provided in a direct way. In other words, they are not only obligated to accept relay calls, they have to provide direct access to 911 services. And out of that direct access requirement in the ADA came the Department of Justice's interpretation that PSAPs would have to accept TTY calls. Now, the Department of Justice has also since said in comments on an FCC proceeding that the PSAPs may also accept text. And as Susie said, if there's a request by the PSAPs to specifically receive real-time text calls, then the providers, under our rules, must make that capability happen.
Okay, go ahead, Al.
I'm
did you
sorry,
have
can
somebody
I add one more
else?
thing? I'm sorry, one more thing. As Susie said, and Susie's correct, even for now, though, they have to accept TTY calls that originate as real-time text calls. Just be aware of one thing. When it is a real-time text to TTY call, it will have the limitations of the TTY technology. So unfortunately, it will still have the half-duplex mode, which requires turn-taking. It's not going to have the same broad character set as real-time text will have. It's going to, the speed will probably be limited to TTY. So just be aware they'll be able to take those calls, but they're going to still have the TTY limitations. And that's why ultimately it's the goal of the community to have PSAPs accept real-time text to real-time text communications. Thank you.
Susie's next.
And I just wanted to add on to Karen's comment. I know we could speak for hours about this. That's why I strongly encourage each of you to watch that archive webcast. It's going to go into much greater detail about the responsibilities, the obligations, the options that you have, the limitations. It's a very complex area. So I wanted to thank you for that additional information. And did you have something to add?
Okay, I think we're ready for you now, Al.
This is Al here for DSA. I wanted to mention that there are many cases where deaf people start using a technology or a technique, and then the world adopts it. The football huddle, for example, was started by deaf teams. It's just a single example among many, and the reason why I mention this, closed captioning as well was also designed for deaf people, but is now open to everyone, including hearing people. So now talking about RTT to 911 or text to 911, either way, it's really considered a silent call. And that's a very, very important part of 911 systems, the silent call. Hearing people do benefit from the silent call rule in situations like domestic violence. Hearing people are also involved in these types of situations, not just limited to deaf people, but hearing people also have domestic violence. There's some of these shooting incidents, active shooters that have both deaf and hearing people are affected equally by those types of events. If everyone was aware of this service, I think it would be very, very helpful in those types of scenarios for hearing people. Is there a way for us to help hearing people learn that this program is not something that's for deaf people? This is a program that is for hearing people that they are going to benefit greatly from. Maybe that would help expedite the process of implementing the program.
Go ahead, Karen.
I think it would be helpful to hear from maybe the telephone companies that are implementing it, and maybe your plans for outreach, because I know right now it's limited, so you've been hesitant and you're working out all the kinks, but I think the ball's going to be in your court.
Linda?
As Karen mentioned, this is Linda. As Karen mentioned, we feel it's premature to really get the word out. It's important to get the word out on our accessibility site and to reach out here, But I worry in particular that if we get the word out, and there's 3 companies right now that are that have implemented real-time text, and until it's wider spread so everybody can communicate with everybody else, we're concerned that it's going to cause a lot of confusion when somebody tries to make a real-time text call and can't reach. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but once the work is done, I think we will get the word out. I'm not sure how much we're going to or publicize it to everybody, to the world. Our focus is this is a great alternative to the TTY, and we want to make sure that people know that and have the tools and the understanding and the information to be able to use that. That is our absolute first priority.
Are there any other questions? Christian.
This is Christian speaking. Thank you. I have a long list of thoughts. I'm trying to keep them all organized here, but first in response to Linda. I'm sure that you are aware of past presentation from Greg Vanderheiden, myself, among others, who have emphasized that RTT has a huge potential benefit for everyone, not only for deaf and hard of hearing people. So, of course, I'm chiming in support of Al's comments on that. One thing that I think might be important to consider is how we can come up with a real world killer feature for RTT that would make everyone really want to have it on their phones. It has been proposed in the past that people are frustrated with navigating phone trees. Whenever you make one of those calls, press 1 for English, 2 for Spanish, 3 for customer service, et cetera, that they're endless, whether you're trying to contact a healthcare provider or what have you. To listen through to all of those, even as a hearing person, to listen through to all of those options. This is a situation where all of those options could be delivered instantaneously over real-time text for someone to reference at the same time. And that might be one way that we can help drag the general population over to RTT with a real value-added benefit. The second thing, right now, the approach is to sell RTT as an accessibility feature. For example, on the iPhone, this feature is really hidden in the settings. You have to open your settings, go to General, under General, go to Accessibility, scroll 3/4 of the way down, check 2 boxes. You got TTY, RTT, but then you also have to turn on Send Immediately in order to truly get real-time text. So it is a lot of work for people who have no idea what this is for. Any feature that is going to benefit the general public should really be easy to find and easy to use, and it seems like we're just not there yet. There's some more work that's needed there. Next, specifically with regards to 911, I want to follow up on a comment from Al. RTT has an interesting role in a 911 call because it can be used in 2 different ways. The first is if you do have a silent call, it can be more efficient than texting 911 and certainly more reliable than texting 911. In that situation, we're talking about somewhere it's important to be silent, because if you have someone who's attacking you, you don't want to indicate to them that you're calling 911, so you just want to effect that silent call to get help. But there is another scenario that's really, really important for RTT when it goes along with a voice call, where the PSAP can hear what is going on in the environment, and can also be verbally told what's going on in the environment, but can use real-time text to support communication. So if I'm not able to vocalize, I can send information over RTT, or if my speech isn't intelligible to the operator, I can get instructions back, or if I can't understand the operator in a given scenario, I can get instructions over real-time text. So there are really two of those key scenarios where RTT is of great benefit. First is when situations where you need to be silent. The second situation where you need to have two-way voice in addition to text, to make sure that you've got everyone who knows which one of these situations we're talking about, and that a deaf person may not be able to hear the voice that's coming over one of those channels. And so you've got the flexibility with RTT.
Al, go ahead.
This is Al here again. In response to Linda's comment, representing AT&T, that wanted to wait for the other companies to come on board to all work together, I don't understand that, because often companies are competing with one another, and if AT&T were the one who started this program and made a big splash, you could potentially get a lot of customers as one of the few companies that does offer this wonderful program, this wonderful feature, and then you could help drive competitors to provide it as well. I think that would be a good way for AT&T to make a big profit out of that, right? I mean, I want 10% of that profit. That's what I'm saying.
Linda?
This is Linda. I just want to clarify, we are working cooperatively with the industry, and this is one of those unique situations where we are working together, because it is to our benefit that our customers can communicate with anybody. And so what the concern we have is, because some of the carriers, some of the service providers are on a longer timeline, we want to make sure, we don't want to tell our customers, yes, adopt real-time text because it's interoperable with everybody, and then cause a lot of confusion. That's all I'm saying. It's not that we are waiting because we want everybody else to come on board. We're just looking at the timeline that has been laid out, and want to make sure that there is sufficient penetration that it doesn't cause a lot of customer confusion and frustration.
Christian?
This is Christian speaking. Thank you. I want to quickly respond to Al with a specific example in support of Linda's point. AT&T to Verizon RTT is interoperable today. You can make those calls between those two providers and it works. There are some minor issues that remain in terms of how you handle emojis between those providers. It's one of those interesting problems, but generally I would say that it works. There are some other companies who support real-time text, but the interoperability is not quite there yet. And for those companies, if you were trying to make an RTT call between two different providers, the call is not actually being made over RTT. So there's some issues that we've seen so far. Even though the phone companies and the phone manufacturers have been working hard to implement and deploy real-time text, there's still a lot of these minor bugs, these usability issues that remain to this day. So there's some ongoing work in order to improve the service. But for now, I would say, if you really want to sell RTT to hearing people who don't depend on it, you need to really you make sure that you've got something that's going to wow them. You don't want to get them onto a program that has those bugs and those usability problems that's going to turn them off to it forever. Because if you give them the wrong first impression, you could potentially cause a lot of damage to the service overall. I think it would be best for us to start at a crawl before we walk, so that once we've got it up and running in a decent place, then we're going to really change some hearts and minds about it.
This is Lisa. I actually just had one question. Oh, we have another question over here from Scott. I'll hold my question until Scott has a chance to ask his or make his comment.
Okay, do I have the camera too or no?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Mine was more of a comment, and my comment is that there is still work to be done, particularly where it comes to backward compatibility with a few PSAPs. I can tell you from my own testing that I carried out as part of my role with the Division of Services for Deaf and Hard of Hearing in North Carolina, that there are some PSAPs who we are speculating at this point. We have to do more testing, but what we found is that particularly where the SMS to teletype device for the deaf bridge was enabled, that RTT for some reason does not even come through. Now you can do text to 911 on those systems and that works fine. Of course that will go away once we have less PSAPs using backward compatibility with TTY, but you know, I think it's just something that if we're going to push consumers to start using this, they need to be aware that in certain areas, though they are few, you know, the backward compatibility still has some kinks that need to be worked out.
Okay, this is Lisa. I had, oh, go ahead, Isidore, you can have the next question or comment.
I think it's clear that there's a lot of work to do, but I also think that solutions are not far off from what I've seen from the technical products, at least that are in-house right now. You know, behind everyone, there's an accessible solution, and behind every accessible solution, there's an opportunity to profit. So for supporting that access of moving to universal design, we really are going to rely on you, manufacturers like Apple, providers like AT&T and Verizon, and to compete for who's going to get there first. And I can see an opportunity for increased value for you as the producers for this product and us as the consumers. So there really is a lot of impetus to make it happen.
Okay, Richard, I had a question for you. Richard, I have a question for you. In your opening remarks, you mentioned that there was a fact sheet, and my understanding, if I got this right, so clear me up, fact sheet for PSAPs and one for consumers. Where can those be found?
So they should be on the table here at the back of the room. We also distributed yesterday during the RTT Education Day. And also will be posted on the FCC's webpage as well. All of that information will be
On
there.
which web pages? The FCC has a lot of web pages.
Sure, I believe, and I don't know, Susie, maybe she can speak to that, I don't know.
Susie?
This is Susie speaking. I don't have the really information with me, but if you go to fcc.gov/RTT, you'll be able to see that link there to the events page. And that page will have all of the links, the information, the presentations, the webcast archives, things to that nature should be available. So the best thing is to go to fcc.gov/RTT.
I would follow that up and ask, are you thinking of putting it on the clearinghouse page as well? The FCC has a clearinghouse of information or disability information, maybe?
We could look into doing that. Thank you for that idea.
Okay, great. Richard, now let me
Yeah, this is Richard. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Karen Strauss, to thank Will Shell, to thank Sam Yale, and Lisa Hamlin, Deborah Patkin, and Susie Singleton, as well as Elliot Greenwald. It has been a real honor to have the opportunity to work with you in this capacity. It's a really wonderful team to work as a part of. And I just want to thank the entire DAC for all of the collaborative work that you've done. It has been an honor and a privilege to have this unique opportunity to work here with you, and I thank you for it.
Thank you, Richard. So it looks like we're good. Or do we have lunch maybe ready so we could go a little early to lunch? Yes. Yes, it's ready. We have lunch, and we're a little early. Way to go, Will. But we'll be back here at 1 p.m. So everybody have a good lunch.
All right, if you're not in your seat, please make your way back to your seat, and we are going to get started. So first of all, I'd like to thank, once again, Comcast, NBC Universal, and Tom Litkowski for satiating our bellies for lunch. All right, so we have one more subcommittee report for this afternoon, and that is the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee. So Pam, I know you're here, and I will turn it over to you.
Pam, your mic is not on.
We would like to take the opportunity to thank the members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee for their time.
It's on. It's on now. It just turned on.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're good.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is like a movie. Okay. We would like to take the opportunity to thank the members of the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee for their time, their subject matter expertise, and their active participation. As a result, we are bringing forward 2 recommendations from our subcommittee for the full DAC's consideration for your endorsement today. Everyone on the subcommittee has full-time jobs and other duties in addition to DAC. Thus, we really appreciate everyone's contributions. We thank Michael Scott and Robert McConnell from the FCC Disability Rights Office for their staff support and guidance to our subcommittee. We would also like to thank the FCC for forming this DAC and allowing the opportunity for us to gather and with so many committed and exceptional individuals to have collaborative discussions, to bring subject matter experts to the table and to provide advice, and to advocate for improved services and equipment for telecommunication access. This has been a wonderful opportunity and an honor. Our subcommittee formed 2 work groups. One, the Internet Protocol Caption Telephone Service Metrics Group, led by Dixie Siegler. Dixie, are you here? She's right behind me. And another video relay service, Metrics, led by Jeff Rosen. Jeff is here in the room also. He was here. We have invited Dixie Ziegler to join us to answer any questions you have that may arise regarding to the IPCTS metrics recommendations. And we will present those recommendations now for discussion and vote.
So this is This is the Internet Protocol Caption Telephone Relay Service Metrics recommendations adopted by the Relay and Equipment Distribution Subcommittee on September 5th, 2018. Whereas the subcommittee has been asked to develop recommendations on criteria, metrics, and measurement methods for assessing the quality of Internet Protocol Caption Telephone Service, IPCTS, including the quality of interpretation and transcription, accuracy, synchronicity, etc., interoperability, and continuity of service with an eye toward integrating automated speech recognition, ASR, into IPCTS. Whereas IPCTS is a form of telecommunications relay services, TRS, that allows individuals with hearing loss to both read captions and use their residual hearing to understand a telephone conversation. IPCTS providers who are eligible for compensation from the TRS fund must meet mandatory minimum standards to ensure that the service is functionally equivalent to the provision of voice telecommunications services used by persons without disabilities. Whereas mandatory minimum standards set forth in 47 CFR Section 64.604 were drafted when TTYs and voice carryover, VCO, were the backbone of TRS. TRS providers must relay all conversations verbatim unless the relay user specifically requests summarization, and must meet speed of answer standards. Currently, the mandatory minimum standards do not include specific metrics for assessing the quality of the transcription produced by IPCTS providers. Whereas, according to the National Institute on Deafness and Other Communication Disorders, NIDCD, approximately 15% of American adults, 37.5 million, aged 18 and over report some trouble hearing. Many of these individuals with hearing loss benefit from caption telephone service, as they otherwise are unable to discern speech over the telephone with amplification alone. Whereas quality metrics and measurements are needed to ensure all IPCTS providers, regardless of method or platform, reach a level of performance that can provide, to the extent possible, a functionally equivalent experience for users. A high level of accuracy and speed, with captions displayed and synced as closely as possible to the spoken word, is necessary for technological solutions used in relay service to be effective and truly useful. Whereas the Disability Advisory Committee, the DAC, shares the Federal Communication Commission's, the Commission's objective to set performance metrics to ensure high-quality IPCTS for all users of the service, so that the Commission continues to fulfill its requirement to ensure functionally equivalent TRS for all relay users. Whereas the DAC recognizes that additional access to IPCTS equipment is needed by individuals who are deaf-blind, and assurance that any quality metric established are inclusive of the needs of deaf-blind IPCTS users. Whereas the DAC has used the following documents as resources in the drafting of this recommendation: the MITRE reports, the July 26, 2018 ex parte letter filed by consumer groups, provider recommendations on IPCTS quality metrics, and previous DAC recommendations related to IPCTS quality standards. Whereas the Commission has recognized ASR technology as a potential method to produce IPCTS captions, and the DAC supports creative solutions and innovations for IPCTS. Now, therefore, it is recommended that before a full shift in IPCTS technology takes place, current IPCTS quality, as well as ASR quality, be measured and quality metrics established to create minimum performance standards for IPCTS, regardless of the platform or technology used. This is of paramount importance when it is recognized that the end user may utilize IPTCS to place emergency calls during situations in which their personal safety may be at risk. It's recommended that the Commission adopt the metrics quantifiable measures outlined in the June 8th, 2018 NOI as key performance indicators for assessing the quality of IPTCS, including transcription accuracy, transcription synchronicity, transcription speed, speed of answer, dropped or disconnected calls. Additional clarity is needed as to what should be measured in this category, and service outages. It's recommended that in order to expeditiously establish performance standards for IPCTS providers for all of these metrics, the Commission define the terminology associated with each of the following metrics. 1, transcription accuracy. 2, transcription synchronicity. 3, transcription speed. 4, speed of answer. 5, dropped or disconnected calls. And 6, service outages. Recommended that for each metric listed above, the Commission give instruction on how the metric is to be measured and provide guidance on how testing for each metric should be undertaken. In order to define metrics and establish measurement and testing methodology on an expedited basis, it is further recommended that the Commission consider directing any stakeholder proposals for defining metric terminology and measurement and testing methodology be filed with the Commission no later than January 31st, 2019. Recommended that using information generated from comments and provider information that are received and analyzed as a result of the IPCTS NOI, in addition to data from studies conducted by MITRE and their subcontractors, the Commission established measurement methodology no later than December 2019. Recommended that the Commission work with current IPCTS providers and all other stakeholders to develop testing, measuring, and scoring procedures so that a baseline performance standard for each quality metric can be established. To ensure ongoing compliance with quality performance standards, IPCTS providers and independent third-party testers can follow these procedures quarterly or potentially monthly, no matter how captions are produced, and with full cooperation by service providers, who, among other things, should provide the third-party entity with any end-use equipment necessary to carry out the testing process. Recommended that, in order to establish performance standards on an expedited basis, the Commission peg the standards to current performance by communications assistant-based IPCTS providers. This will help, among other things, to ensure that the introduction of ASR results in service to consumers that is at least comparable to that offered by current providers. Recommended that using information generated from comments and provider information that is received and analyzed as a result of the IPCTS NOI, in addition to data from studies conducted by MITRE and their subcontractors, the Commission will establish these quality performance standards no later than December 2019. Recommended that IPCTS provider quality results, as reported to the Commission, be made public after performance metrics are defined, measurement and testing methodology is established, and performance standards are specified. Recommended that the Commission ensure that any prospective IPCTS provider meet the minimum performance standards of quality prior to approval of any application to provide service. Recommended that, in light of changing technology and continued improvement in IPCTS, the Commission continue to study these metrics and measurement methods as part of an ongoing and continuing assessment of quality performance standards with a goal of ensuring a truly functionally equivalent service going forward. It is further recommended that the Commission expeditiously update quality metrics, measurement methodologies, and performance standards for IPCTS as technology changes or more data is available. Recommended that the Commission continue to perform research, specifically working to address the issues, and questions raised in previous DAC recommendations, including conduct a study to determine the amount of delay that is generally acceptable to the average IPCTS user, but that still provides a functionally equivalent experience for the consumer. Define what a perfect ideal call would consist of, including latency and delay, accuracy, verbatim, speed of captions, and other factors. Using definitions provided in earlier studies by MITRE, determine at what point latency is problematic for understanding of a phone conversation by consumers using both the audio and captions provided by IPCTS. Using definitions of accuracy in earlier studies by MITRE, determine the baseline accuracy and completeness that all providers should reach to allow for understanding of conversations by consumers using IPCTS. Does the ability of the consumer to understand a conversation change as the number of errors increase in a given conversation? Does the ability of the consumer to understand a conversation change with the length of a conversation despite the errors? Is weighing some words as more essential than others important to our definition of accuracy? Does proximity of errors contribute to users' experience of accuracy? For example, do multiple errors close together contribute to a greater sense of confusion and/or frustration?
Having presented this recommendation, chairs were ready for discussion and vote.
Thank you very much, Pam and Rochelle, for reading that, and thank you to the subcommittee for all of your hard work on this recommendation. So at this time, I'd like to open up the floor for discussion on the recommendation for the DAC.
I don't see any cards up.
Okay, one more call for discussion. All right, hearing no discussion, would anybody like to make a motion to vote on the recommendation?
Isidore.
Isidore?
I so move.
Terrific. Do we have a second?
Second. Claude, seconds.
Christian? No, Claude.
All right, second from Claude. Very good. So it's been put forward to the committee to vote on this recommendation, and so we will take a roll call vote, proceeding to my left with Tom, I believe.
Comcast votes yes.
AUCD votes yes.
NAB abstains.
ECT, the App Association votes yes.
American Council of the Blind votes yes.
CTA votes yes.
Helen Keller National Center votes yes. Good work.
Access Board, we're ex officio, so pass.
Want people to consumer, yes.
DeCapta, yes. Helena Mitchell, Georgia Tech, yes.
Deaf Seniors of America vote yes. Christian Vogler, Gallaudet University vote yes. National Association of the Deaf votes yes. TDI votes in favor. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles, votes yes. NBDA says yes. Hi, nice work and congratulations to the co-chairs. TCS Associates votes yes. This is Brian, deaf-blind advocate, voting yes.
Right.
Verizon votes yes.
AT&T votes yes.
Apple votes yes.
CTIA abstains.
ITI votes yes.
National Federation of the Blind votes yes.
Level Access votes in favor.
Hearing Loss Association of America votes yes.
And with that, we have consensus. All right, I'd like to turn it back over to Rochelle and Pam to continue their report.
Thank you so much. This next recommendation has a special place in my heart because I kind of experienced it firsthand last month. Not trying to, but we had flash flooding in Madison, Wisconsin, and I experienced the need to find emergency shelter. It was kind of an interesting experience, and I just happened to be an IPCTS user. So today we are proposing a follow-up action to a discussion on communication access issues during emergency presentation October 16th, 2017 to this body, DOC. Our recommendation is intended to ensure access to all forms of telecommunication relay service, including internet-based relay services at emergency shelters and designated disaster recovery locations if telecommunications and/or internet services are made available to the general public at these locations. So number one, whereas, quote, TRS is required by Title IV of the Americans with Disability Act, and to the extent possible must be, quote, functionally equivalent to standard telephone services. Interstate, intrastate relay services are already available in 50 states and the District of Columbia, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This availability of TRS makes no exception for the provision of services in emergency shelters and designated disaster recovery locations. Two, whereas the ADA generally requires that certain entities, including emergency shelters, provide an individual with a disability an opportunity to participate in or benefit from the aid, benefit, or service that is equal to that afforded to others. Three, whereas many emergency shelters allow individuals to use telephones to apply for disaster relief benefits, arrange for housing, communicate with medical services, and speak to family or friends. Four, whereas current TRS regulations require internet-based TRS users to register with the TRS provider before they're allowed to place calls. From some forms of internet-based TRS, even if a user is registered, the registration is not transferable when they're using another device, such as a device at an emergency shelter. For other forms of internet-based TRS, the registered user has a login and a password. The user may not have a record of their login or their password with them at the emergency shelter. Five, whereas internet-based TRS user registration requirements may permit individuals who are deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or speech disabled from accessing their preferred form of TRS in order to effectively make telephone calls from emergency shelters, thus cutting them off from communicating with essential services and loved ones. 6, whereas in a report and order released June 8, 2018, and I referenced this in our last report in June, this had just come out, the Federal Communications Commission ruled that it would be, quote, that it would allow IPCTS providers to compensate for calls made by unregistered users when such calls are made from temporary public IPCTS devices set up in emergency shelters. Then the FCC further stated, we take this step to ensure that users with hearing loss will continue to have access to telephone communication devices during and in the aftermath of a natural disaster and other emergencies. When service for such device is initiated at the shelter, the IPCTS provider must notify the TRS Fund Administrator of the date of such activation and termination. So that's on the books. Now, therefore, it is recommended that TRS regulations, including requirements for user registration, not prevent an individual from using their preferred form of TRS in an emergency shelter and designated disaster recovery location when telephone transmission services are made available to the general public at those locations. TRS user registration requirements should be waived for all designated emergency shelter TRS devices during an emergency or disaster. 2, recommend that all forms of TRS be available in emergency shelter within the time frame that telephone transmission services are made available to the general public at those locations. 3, recommended that the Commission extend its ruling in the report and order released June 8, 2018, to allow all TRS providers to be compensated for calls made by unregistered users when specifically such calls are made from temporary public TRS devices set up in emergency shelters. And 4, we recommend that the Commission issue an annual public notice to inform emergency shelter providers, such as American Red Cross, who they're responsible for setting up shelters, as well as TRS providers and individuals who are deaf, deafblind, hard of hearing, or speech disabled, that TRS calls from emergency shelters will be permissible if telephone transmission services are made available to the general public at these locations. And a good example of that is, in my experience, the shelter in Madison was serving meals. They weren't offering telephone service, so it wasn't applicable. And that concludes the recommendation we hope you will discuss and vote on.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you to the subcommittee for your hard work on this recommendation. At this time, I'd like to open the floor for any discussion on the recommendation.
Yes, we have one from
Who?
Gay.
Gabe? Gabe? Gabe, please go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Gay Johnson. I'm with the Federal Emergency Management Association, and I have several concerns and questions. Number one, can you define what designated emergency locations are? you're talking about shelters, and the American Red Cross does a lot of the sheltering, but they don't do it all. Are you, so you're talking to my world, emergency shelters and designated disaster locations are two different things. So can you tell me what the designated disaster location, and maybe I can help you here?
Absolutely, I'm glad you asked. Specifically, we were using language that we pulled from FEMA. So does FEMA have a statement that they say emergency sheltered and other designated sheltered? Oh, it's interesting. We didn't make it up.
Well, we have disaster recovery centers. And those are the centers that we set up with the state to provide services for disaster survivors. And I'm assuming that you are only talking about IP CapTel. Okay, that's not real clear to me in your recommendation, because FEMA does provide CapTel at all DRCs. Granted, there's a lot of problems with them, and it is a huge problem for us with regard to connectivities, and not the whole separate issue that probably we need to have a conversation about. But they are called disaster recovery centers. I don't know, I'm not sure how you can rewrite something asking a federal agency to do something they're already doing. And because when you're talking about IP CapTel, that's going to be a computer base, and I can certainly have a conversation with you guys about all the things that you want to do with those recommendations. My concern is that my head is kind of spinning at this point, because the American Red Cross is doing a lot of things at this point to try to make their shelters more accessible. But, and we have a lot of, we have an MOU with the Red Cross. We don't have that same type of relationship with state-run shelters, with private shelters, with these little pop-up shelters that come up in the middle of the night, and we're like, oh, okay. So a primary avenue in working with emergency shelters is the American Red Cross. But every state that has the system of shelters, i.e., let's say Florida, Mississippi, New Jersey, some other states, they run their own shelters. And so making that distinction, if you're saying emergency shelters, you probably need to have a little bit more in-depth conversation about that, because I'm not sure that the FCC can say, yes, somebody walking into a shelter can have this access, because we're not, because you know as well as I do that the biggest problem that we have in being able to provide VRS, for instance, is because we as an agency cannot provide that. That's really strict rules. And what you've done with CapTel is to say, in the order that's been said, is that now anybody, whether you have a CapTel or not, or if you're a registered user of CapTel, you can come in and use that phone, which is great. Who's going to pay for that phone? And how are you going to? So you're asking that the company come into that emergency shelter and work with those emergency shelter personnel to set up your service. If you were working with Red Cross, you would not be coming to me, to be honest. you would be working directly with Red Cross. And I know that she's very busy. I know that we've had many conversations about this. And she, because of all the stuff she's been doing the last year in her own personal health, has not had, it seems like every time they want to talk to you guys, she's pulled into another disaster. So she's the only one at Red Cross. There's only one disability coordinator at Red Cross. So I think my basic questions here is defining what you mean by the designated location. And what we provide is disaster recovery centers, and we already have the CAPTEL there. So were we not supposed to be using them? Because that's the same service that we provided there, and somebody comes in and can use it. So.
Pam wanted to respond.
Pam, would you like to respond to Gay?
Yes, thank you. I think that Gay has brought forward some excellent points because it helps realize what needs further clarification. Today we have the sole, the true intent of this recommendation is to make sure that the FCC TRS rules themselves for specifically registration do not prohibit someone from being able to make a call in an emergency shelter. It's not that we're dictating what the shelter needs to have or we're dictating the location. It's more that we're finding that with IPCTS, which the FCC has already acted on, our intent was to bring this recommendation forward in June, and we had the discussion, but we were not able to bring the full recommendation for vote by DAC. But anyways, the vote is all about all TRS, all forms, VRS, IP relay. We specifically found that IP relay registration, as an example, would prohibit them from being able to use if a device was set up, a computer and so forth. Big if. You noticed I paused when we were making this recommendation. If that shelter happens to have telecommunication provision for the general public, then we want to make sure that the FCC registration rules do not prohibit them from being able to take advantage. That's all this is really about. Does that answer the question? Oh, and then in designated area.
I just wanted to the clarification, because you and I both know, as heavy as we're trying to look at technology and how to provide that to people coming in to not only our disaster recovery centers, but helping states and locals and Red Cross to understand how they can do that. They're having the same question of me is they think, honestly, that they can just set something up and it's going to happen. That they can set up VRS and it's going to happen. And they don't understand some of the limitations. And I really think that this recommendation for all TRS will be something that would allow anyone who may not remember the information either to come in and use the equipment. Because I can tell you my daughter, for one thing, she has it on a computer, but I can guarantee you if something happened to that computer, she probably wouldn't remember her information. So then she would effectively be prohibited from using that equipment because she doesn't remember it. So I really applaud the recommendation. I think it's very critical. And it's certainly going to help us to be able to provide better access to those services to the people that need it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You're the one that makes it happen in the field. Thank God.
All right. Isidore, you are next.
Well, so first of all, as a deaf individual, maybe this is a question for Gay, actually. When you say CapTel, and CapTel is being provided in the DRC, the Disaster Recovery Centers, are those accessible for deaf individuals to make phone calls?
We have several. Okay. We have several issues here. One is we have provided CapTel for the past 5 years, 6 years, as part of the accessibility for people to be able to call out. We also provide VRI for people to have conversations with people in the DRC. Our limitation, because we're an agency, cannot cherry pick a VRS company and provide that service. If we were to allow for for every vendor, we would have to put every vendor on an iPad, and it becomes a training nightmare, quite frankly, believe me, for staff that are in the field. This will open it up for us to be able to offer the federal side of TRS to be able to allow people to come in and use it at a federal level. So we use federal relay for our company, like most federal agencies do. So you're talking about two different things. So somehow we've been able to offer the CapTel because the CapTel phone itself doesn't have the same limitations that IP does. Because IP forces you to identify who you are, whereas the phone you just pick up and you call. And that phone is basically billed by the ESN number that's on that phone, wherever that phone is in the United States for us. It's not tied to a state. It's our specific with CapTel itself. But the IP we wouldn't be able to offer at this point because we're limited to one company that people may have another company that they use or something, and we can't do that. So this is going to open it up for us to be able to offer more services. Does that answer your question? Or did it make it worse?
So no, actually it does not answer my question. However, I can confidently assume that it's not accessible to any deaf person who relies on sign language only. And I would assume that they must be able to type and read and write written English. So then my recommendation, because of that, to help you in this matter would be the recommendation would be, should I continue? So our recommendation to support and help FEMA or any agency that might be involved in the establishment of these disaster recovery centers would be to provide access to TRS, meaning that any of the limitations that you're seeing or that are put on your team to provide communication should be analyzed, and as quickly as possible, those barriers should be removed to make sure that we have a full team in this situation.
Elliot, did you have a comment?
Yes, hi, this is Elliot from DRO. What this recommendation is about the compensability of calls. It has nothing to do with what phones must be installed where. It has to do with whether the TRS fund the Interstate TRS fund will compensate for calls, because we have a lot of regulations requiring registration of users. And this allows if a user doesn't remember their login registration information when they're in an emergency shelter, they can still make the calls and they could be compensable. And what this recommendation is, the FCC has already permitted this for IPCTS, and what this recommendation is recommending to the FCC is to expand this to other forms of TRS, which would include VRS. Does that answer your question?
I think I'm done with the discussion for now. Thanks.
Okay, Christian's next.
All right, Christian, you have the floor.
And then Ron. And then Gay.
Christian speaking. Thank you. So all of this goes back to the recommendation and what happens next. I would like to propose that to resolve the current situation, we make a overly friendly amendment. Because if I understand Gay correctly, she has some concerns about the language in the recommendation, the first recommendation specifically, regarding the designated disaster recovery locations. She said that that language is inappropriate. Therefore, we can make an overly friendly amendment to rectify the language.
Thank you, Christian. Ron, you're next.
This is Ron Beacon. I want to add to Elliot's comment, because I was going to bring that up, and to make sure there is not a misunderstanding about the intent of the recommendation. And as Elliot said, we already do allow IPCTS, but not all forms of relay can be reimbursed by the fund because of certain registration requirements. In the event of a natural disaster, we're going to see providers possibly come into centers where they want to put the equipment in and make it accessible, whether it's VRS or IP relay, so the provider may come in. I'm not speaking for providers, but the way the words are written now is that they cannot be reimbursed for that cost. And so it becomes an issue of fairness, that if we have Hurricane Katrina, and the Superdome is going to be a disaster area for a month, and the VRS providers want to come in and put up the equipment for people to use for a month, it can be done, but they're not going to get reimbursed for those costs by the fund. Common sense said that they should be reimbursed for that fund, for that cost. And so that was one of the intents of our solution, was to make the cost reimbursable. They're not reimbursable at the moment because the equipment is not registered to the individual. The equipment is going to be registered to the Superdome or FEMA or Red Cross. And I do see situations where equipment should be registered to FEMA or Red Cross, and not an individual where it should be reimbursable. That's the intent of what we're getting into. And so that's what we're trying to do here. The language may be a little vague when we talk about disaster recovery centers or so forth. But we're not trying to compel the center to have all 5 IPCTS providers out there, or all 5 VRS providers. There's nothing in this recommendation that says you must have all of that. But if the equipment is there, provided in whatever way it gets there, whether Red Cross chooses it or anybody who chooses it, it should be reimbursable to the provider.
Thank you, Ron. Gay, you're next.
I have some more concerns about putting disaster recovery centers in the recommendation, and here's why. You're going to get a lot of pushback because some of these DRCs are mobile. Some of them are so tiny that not more than 1 or 2 people can get into them. Some of them are quite large. It just depends on a lot of factors that we deal with in any given disaster. And working with that over the years, I'm very supportive to doing those kinds of things, of allowing companies to bring their equipment in. It's a logistical nightmare because unless it's a very large disaster like what we have in North Carolina at this point, these disaster centers come and go. Sometimes they are not static, sometimes. So you've got a lot of different factors that you've got to look at. I would rather a recommendation look at something like appropriate disaster locations, such as independent living centers or data offices or something else that might be the longer term that you may not have as much problem with. But when you talk about a disaster recovery like Texas, for instance, you had 75 recovery centers. Does that mean that all 75 of those recovery centers, depending on where they're located, we have interpreters and we have a lot of different things in addition to the availability of telephones. We're also talking about getting rid of the telephone completely and making everything online, with obviously another problem. But there's a lot of complications in putting something in a recommendation that says it would be nice if they were there. I'd be more than glad to work with any of you, with any of the telecommunications companies, and I've told everybody there that there may be a way in which we can do that. But right now, most of the telecommunications companies are working with the American Red Cross. And we've worked with them off and on for the last 8 years, but I have some more concerns about putting something that specific that then ties FEMA's hands to do something that may not be realistic. That's my only concern.
Thank you, Gay. Recognizing Kara from CTIA.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you very much to the subcommittee and to Pam for the readout. I'm trying to sit back and listen, get a little bit more information. This is not an issue that I've been up to speed on in the past, so I certainly appreciate all the feedback and all the conversation here. One question that I did have, and this goes to the point I think that, or at least part of the conversation that Ron was speaking to earlier with regard to the equipment. I'm curious if the equipment has to be available to support certain or all TRS functions within each of the emergency centers, however those are defined. Who is required to bring those, and if there is any sort of obligation that would be reimbursed through the TRS fund? I'm just curious how that would be compensated or how that would be paid for to get the equipment there to support these services.
Thanks, Kara. I always give priority to FCC staff, so Elliot, you get to go next.
Okay. Actually, I'd like to respond to both Gay and to Eddie. The response to Gay is really more in the form of a question in terms of, instead of eliminating completely the words designated disaster recovery locations, would it be appropriate to instead just modify it to say an appropriate designated recovery locations or some other modifier that would sort of take out any inferences of it being mandatory at that, so that way it would get back to the issue of this is dealing with compensability as opposed to what must go into a disaster recovery center.
Gay, would you like to respond?
It would help. Because what Kara was saying, there's a big difference in making some of those requirements, and then you're going to have all these equipment questions. You want FEMA to buy all this equipment to be able to support this. It's not going to is going to be a very big question. I think that putting something in there with regard to location that support disaster survivors, or because then you can work with FEMA and your local disability organization to be able to put things where they need to be. I think Texas worked a lot with the Commission for Disability to be able to put them in the shelters, and then they work with that. I just don't want to be. I don't want to. I don't think FEMA should be tied to doing that.
Karen, do you want to go?
Yeah, I'm sitting here, this is Karen, I'm sitting here listening to this discussion, and I mean, the fact is that the FCC doesn't have jurisdiction over what goes into emergency shelters, right? I mean, that's not our area. Elliot, I think, had it right when he said that the original, as I understand it, the original purpose of this recommendation was to ensure that the FCC does not take any action that would impede the ability of a person to access relay services in an emergency shelter, right? That's really
that's what I was going to get at.
Right, it's the primary purpose of this recommendation. So it seems to me that if you take out Clause 2 in the recommendations, which is recommended that all forms of TRS be available in emergency shelters, if you just completely take out that clause, that may achieve your goals. And tell me if there's, I mean, and any other, and any other corresponding introductory clause that leads to that recommendation. But if you take that out, then what you're left with is just, number one, that the TRS regulations won't prevent people from using their preferred form of TRS. It's not actually saying that you have to provide every type of assistive equipment that may be needed to access TRS. You're just saying if it's there, then you can't prevent somebody from using it just because they haven't registered. Similarly, Clause 3 asks for extending a ruling that we adopted in June to all kinds of relay services. So in that ruling, again, talks about compensation for relay services by unregistered users made from emergency shelters. And 4 is maybe also a little bit broad, but it seems to me that it's more along the lines of outreach. Again, that these calls will be permissible if they're available. So just throwing this out as an option, and it just seems if you take that concept out, that they have to be available, all relay services have to be available everywhere, which is not within our jurisdiction anyway, so we can't do anything about it here, and these recommendations are really supposed to be within our jurisdiction, then that might resolve your problem.
Thank you, Karen. Elliot, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, actually, Karen basically said where the direction I was headed anyway, so I think I think Karen covered what I had to say.
All right, terrific. Gabe, did you have a response?
I agree with what Karen's saying. It needs to deal with the ability to be able to pay for something without somebody being a registered user. That is critical. And we can work with that, because I went back to my agency after June and said, oh, guess what? They were excited, because to not give them the opening to be able to go and work with Red Cross and others to say that she's available now. And then it can grow from there. I mean, that's how things work.
All right, Christian and Phyllis are on the queue. I'm going to let Phyllis go first.
Well, I think Gay and Karen addressed my concerns. I was getting kind of hung up on some of the same things about local shelters pop up first, and then it goes to the state, and then it goes to FEMA, and maybe FEMA has CAPDEL, but the locals don't. A lot of them are only open a couple days. So I think the way you've reworded it takes care of all that. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to recognize Ken next.
Don't forget Christian.
Thanks, Sam. Ken, ITI. Just trying to follow the conversation here. I don't have a lot of experience in this area, but I'm just curious. I'm looking at recommendation number 1. It references emergency shelters and designated disaster recovery locations. It's making a distinction there, I presume, and recognizing that there could be local, state, and federal facilities, as well as private sector facilities, I would assume. Are we leaving out designated disaster recovery locations from the following recommendations? Or does emergency shelters just encompass all of the various categories? Thank you.
Co-chairs, do you have a response?
This is Rochelle. You know, taking out the designated disaster recovery locations, I don't know if, I don't have a concern with it. I don't know if anybody else does. The emergency shelters is the language that the FCC used in their, in the June 8th, 2018 report and order. So for consistency's sake, if we just want to say emergency shelters, I think we're fine with that.
All right, Christian, thanks for your patience. You're next.
Christian speaking, thank you. I'd like to make a motion. In the first paragraph, paragraph 1, the removal of the words designated disaster recovery location. So those 4 words to be stricken from the document. Actually, 5 words. And, which introduces it. So striking and designated disaster recovery locations. And also the removal of recommendation number 2 in its entirety.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Zainab, seconding.
All right, so we have a second from Zainab. Any discussion on the motion?
Helena.
Helena, please go ahead.
I think we should, I'd like to have Elliot's terminology inserted there. You said something about, you know, those couple of words you just said we could substitute for a disaster center.
I think what you, yeah. I mean, I'm indifferent because we could say that, you know, could say instead of undesignated, could say appropriate, and then I think Gay had some idea of the language to make it a little less.
Let's keep this simple. This is Karen. I'm gonna say, if you change the language, then you're gonna have inconsistent provisions in our rules.
Yeah.
So I think that Elliot would agree that it's probably not worth going back and amending the IPCTS rule. So since he talked about it before, we talked about just taking this all out. I think my recommendation, even though I'm not supposed to be making recommendations, to just let it go. Keep it as it is.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing. This is good.
Go ahead, Gay.
Emergency shelters are great, but they're not open that long. But if it were me, and I know you don't want to change the original HIPG. I probably would have made a generic term like disaster services of some kind instead of even emergency shelters, because basically what you're doing is limiting yourself now to just emergency shelters.
It's
But,
yours- it's
but
your-
I, you know, I'll just
decision.
leave it at that, because,
mine.
Any further discussion?
I can work with anything. I mean, you know, you give me something, I can work with it within what I do, but it's just that, I'm always trying to bend rules, and anybody that knows me knows that I'm long enough knows that I love bending rules if I can. But I just, you're gonna limit yourself to emergency shelters, and that's it.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Ken's card's still up, but I don't know.
Ken, did you have a comment?
Oh, sorry, no.
No? Any further discussion?
I'm going to just say one more thing. So if you're concerned about it being too limiting, then another way to do this is to add a definition of emergency shelters, which was alluded to earlier on. And I'm not sure that it would have retroactive application, but it would help provide guidance on what's covered. So that's another way of going about this. But, so I'm just putting that on the table.
Tony, did you have a comment or question?
Am I on?
No.
Are we there? Video?
No.
Right here?
No.
Waiting.
Tony.
Tony Stevens?
Yes.
Did you have a comment or question?
Waiting, yes. Am I on video?
No.
I'm waiting.
Yes,
Sorry.
now you're
Okay,
good.
thank you. Tony with ACB. Yeah, no, just very briefly, because I, at the beginning of this, would have immediately thought emergency shelter would have been all this encompassing. I had no idea there was such a designation and distinctions. And I like Karen's idea that if possible, and I don't know if this has to be added now or could be clarified later. In Christian, I do not know if this means an amendment to your amendment. But to that end, just my understanding of emergency shelter was the broadest context, not knowing there were such distinctions and classifications. So just moving forward with that. But I'm fine to move forward with everything else. And thank you, Elliot, for your description, because it helped a lot. It just early on. Thank you.
Richard.
All right, Richard, I know you have a comment. We are coming up on 2:10, and as you know, the WEA and EAS alerts are coming up. And
He said he has a really brief.
oh, okay, all right. Go ahead, Richard.
I'll be very brief if I can. I think there's a lot of discussion that we could get into, but I would make a simple recommendation that we add a footnote. So we say emergency shelter and then superscript 1, and then go ahead and delineate what it is that we're talking about, so that we'll cover any of the issues that we are currently discussing. That's just my recommendation, to add a footnote. And this goes back to what Karen said earlier, that we're talking about kind of a broad range of services, and whether it's called a disaster recovery center or whatever it might be, I think we could just add that footnote. I think that might help.
Thank you, Richard. So it is 2:10, and we are going to break so that we can watch the WEA and the EAS alerts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Will, who will give us some instructions.
Oh, all right. So this is Will, and what we've done is our phones are going to interrupt this conversation anyway. So it's a good time to break. We'll come back. We'll continue this same conversation. We have a room set up outside of this room where people can watch the EAS alert. If you have your phones, keep them handy. Those will, many of them, some of them, will go off at 2:18. Then just 2 minutes after that, the EAS alert will go off. We're going to take a break until all of that is over. So for the webcast, we're going to be on break. We'll be back, I imagine, around 2:30, or as close to that as we can. Anyone who wants to watch the televised alert, please meet outside this door here. Anyone who does not, the leftover lunch is here. Enjoy yourself, have a chat.
And just one more thing, and just any of you that want to take Richard up on his suggestion, you may want to use this little period to write additional language because we are running out of time. I know you wanted this recommendation to be voted at this last meeting, so just a thought.
Well, where's the room?
Oh, meet me just outside the door. You'll need to, I'm sorry, one more thing. You'll need to be escorted to the room.
Oh, there's people back there raising their hands. Rosalie?
Rosalie.
But now they're not. Rosalie, can you have, yep.
I'll be standing
you're
by
helping
the-
people.
by the door.
Okay, people over there are going to help you go.
All right, thank you. We'll be back at 2:30.
Who's on the back?
All right, so before we get back to our discussion about the recommendation, we're first going to hear from Susie, who will be providing us with some information if you would like to submit any comments about the WEA and the EAS tests. So I'll turn it over to Susie.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. Hi, welcome back, everyone. This is Susie speaking and signing. I just wanted to let you all know that we had another historic moment. The DAC observed the nationwide test with the first presidential alert through WEA. I know many of, yes, that's right. I know that many of you have comments or have thoughts about that and are probably motivated to discuss that, and it's fresh in your mind. I'm hopeful that some of you did take videos of what you saw, and we are welcoming your input on that. Some people said that the colors may have been hard to read, that things displayed too fast, but we need that information, and we need you to make sure that you record which channel you were watching and what time. I mean, well, let me see. I have a document here. The channel you were watching, any problem that you observed, and the web address to submit that information is www.fcc.gov/general/public-safety-support-center. Now, if you need to get that URL, please feel free to reach out to any of us in the Disability Rights Office. We would be more than happy to help you get access to that website as well. And with that, I'm sorry that we did not have any extended time available for this discussion during the DAC because we do have a full agenda. Yeah, sorry, someone was mentioning that we could certainly send it out via email for the DAC members. Of course, we're happy to do that. But I also wanted to make sure that I put it out there for those of you who are watching online. You can certainly reach out to us if you can't find that webpage, and we'll get you to it. All right? And we will send the DAC members that link via email. Thank you so much for participating in this very important event, and we look forward to hearing from you. All right, and I will turn it back over to Will.
Hi, this is Will. I'll
Sorry, I think Elliot wants to add something.
I was going to say an observation. I think that some of the disconnect in this discussion is that there are two different definitions of emergency shelter. There's the FEMA definition of emergency shelter, which is a term of art and very specific. And I won't say anything more about that, but if Gay wants to then add to my discussion, that's of course fine. And then there's the general English definition of emergency shelter, which is a much broader term. And the IPCTS rule did not make any cross-reference to the FEMA definition of emergency shelter. Now, that being said, we have, if the FCC decides to act on this recommendation, the FCC would have to put out a notice of proposed rulemaking, and various questions can be asked in a notice of proposed rulemaking, including what's meant by emergency shelter and all sorts of things like that. Although one thing that would be useful is if somebody if the DAC chooses to, in a footnote, clarify that we're looking at the English definition of emergency shelter, not emergency shelter as a term of art. If the DAC wants to do that, the DAC is, of course, somebody's free to make a motion and to propose that.
Thank you, Elliot. Before we resume the discussion, I'd like to turn it over to the subcommittee co-chairs and ask if you have any updated language for your recommendation at this time.
I believe we have an amending language.
Okay.
This is Pam. I believe we have an amendment. We have updated language, so I'd like to put that on the floor now. Did you have any updated language?
Richard has his hand up.
This is Richard. We did discuss the concept of using emergency shelter and other disaster assistance places. I haven't had a chance to talk with everybody. I don't know if it's really up to you, Pam, Rochelle, if you think that's what we were discussing before the break, using that sort of language.
Okay. I'm going to turn it over next to Brian.
No, my comment actually had to do with the alerting test, so I withdraw it at this time.
All right, great. So is there any further discussion on the amendment?
No card. Richard's hand.
This is Richard. May I?
Yes, Richard.
Gay?
There's a little sidebar.
Richard, this is Richard, just trying to get Gay's attention. Are you okay with that language as we've just sort of bandied about?
I thought that I'm waiting for them. I thought that we had decided to scrap it and just put emergency shelter so it would be consistent with the prior ruling.
Okay.
Okay, Rochelle.
Rochelle, go ahead.
This is Rochelle. I thought that's where we left off, was the amendment that Christian, I believe, made, was to just strike and designated disaster recovery locations, and I believe Zainab seconded that, and I could be wrong, but I thought that's where we kind of left off, was leaving emergency shelter, but getting rid of designated and designated disaster recovery location. and excuse me, and the recommendation included striking the second recommendation.
Oh, somebody's calling. Oh, it's Linda.
Linda?
Linda.
This is Linda, it's okay, I'm good.
Christian, did you want to clarify your amendment at all?
No, this is Christian, no? This is Richard, I'd like to call the question, please.
All right, we have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
Helena's.
All right, we have a second. So we are now voting on the amendment as proposed by Christian. So we will take a roll call vote, proceeding from my left, starting with Tom.
Can I,
Oh,
I'd like to ask for clarification. I want to read out of the motion that Christian proposed, so we all know what we're voting for, or against, whatever. So Christian, would you reread? Okay, does Rochelle have it? Who has it?
I do have it. This is Christian. Do you want me to read the entire recommendation, or what exactly do you want me to read?
The amendment that you're proposing.
No, just the amendment, just the amendment.
Okay, just waiting for the camera. Christian speaking, thank you. The first recommendation is to strike the 5 words immediately after emergency shelters. So to strike the words "and designated disaster recovery locations." And the second recommendation is to strike the entirety of recommendation number 2.
Thank you, Christian. And with that, we will call the question with a roll call vote, proceeding to my left, beginning with Tom.
Comcast votes yes.
AUCD votes yes.
NAB votes yes.
NCTA votes yes.
American Council of the Blind votes yes.
CTA votes yes.
Helen Keller National Center does vote yes.
Access Board ex officio pass.
One People Consumer votes yes.
The CUPTA vote yes.
Wireless RERC votes yes.
Deaf Seniors of America, yes. Gallaudet University, yes. National Association of the Deaf, yes. TDI votes yes. Richard Ray, City of Los Angeles, yes. NBDA votes yes. TCS Associates, yes. Brian, Deafblind Advocate, votes yes.
Verizon votes yes.
AT&T votes yes.
Apple votes yes. CTIA votes yes.
ITI yes.
National Federation of the Blind votes yes.
Level Access votes in favor.
Hearing Loss Association of America votes yes.
All right, we have consensus on the amendment. So now we have the recommendation as amended on the table. Assuming that there's no further discussion on the recommendation as amended, would anyone like to call the question? All right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Who seconded the motion?
Richard.
Okay, Richard. All right. So now we will proceed to vote on the recommendation from the Equipment Distribution Committee as amended. So we will call a roll call vote, proceeding to my left, beginning with Tom.
Comcast votes yes.
AUCD votes yes.
NAB votes yes.
MCTA votes yes.
American Council of the Blind votes yes.
CTA votes yes.
Helen Keller National Center votes yes.
Access Board ex officio pass.
One People Consumer, yes.
DeCapta vote yes. Wireless RERC, yes.
Deaf Seniors of America, yes. Gallaudet University votes yes. National Association of the Deaf votes yes. TDI votes yes. City of Los Angeles votes yes. NBDA votes yes. TCS votes yes. Brian Unashko in support, deafblind advocate.
Verizon votes yes.
AT&T votes yes.
Apple votes yes.
CTIA votes yes.
ITI, yes.
National Federation of the Blind votes yes.
Level Access votes in favor.
Hearing Loss Association of America votes yes.
All right, we have another consensus. Okay, so I would like to thank all of the subcommittees for all of your hard work on all of these recommendations. I know that it has been a very long road to get these recommendations submitted, and I want to thank all of you for getting us here. So that's great. Okay, so next up, do we have Theodore? You ready?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So Theodore is going to lead a discussion on consumer engagement on disability access. So with that, I'll turn it over to Theodore.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say how excited and thankful I am to be a part of sharing this conversation with you. I know many of you don't know me yet, and I think we'll just kind of dive in and get to know each other that way and see how it goes. Before we kind of get into the conversation, which is a check-in, right? We want to know what consumers know about us, that we're here, how effective we are, whether we can improve our outreach, whether we can enhance what consumers understand about what we do, and how we'd go about doing it in optimal ways. Before we get into that, I thought we'd touch on some housekeeping matters which are typically helpful. First of all, we sent out to the committee questions that kind of set the framework for the discussion. I've taken the liberty of reprinting those questions in 18-point type, but also in Spanish, and those are on the back table. I apologize that we don't have them printed in Braille, but my hope is that folks have had an opportunity to familiarize themselves with the questions when they were sent out a couple of weeks ago. Second, I'd like to, not at this moment, but I'd like to reread the questions to make sure that we all are on the same page for the most part. Third, I'm thankful that I am facilitating this discussion, but I want everyone to understand that this is a multi-facilitator discussion. That is to say, those folks of us up here in CGB and the Disability Rights Office will jump in and help move the discussion along, and also feel free to be initiators on your own. Again, this is a dynamic discussion. This is not static. And then finally, I think it's useful to sort of set some boundaries for ourselves so that we actually have a very effective conversation. I don't think that we should look at this as a referendum on the effectiveness of the Commission's rules for disability access. certainly as a matter of policy, but to the extent that, what our rules are and what they touch and concern affect consumer awareness and ability to engage, I think if we can frame those statements that way, I think that can be helpful. And then finally, before I read the questions, just to level set, and then we'll go in. I hope that as we go about having this conversation, that we keep in mind that there is a shifting, moving, dynamic paradigm of what it is to be a consumer or person with disabilities as it relates to information and communications technology and the access that we're here to guarantee or to ensure. And one of the things that I'm doing, to the extent that it's useful, is keeping that paradigm of a consumer in mind. The demographics are constantly changing. Technology is constantly evolving, more so now perhaps than at any previous point in the Commission's existence. And what that might mean is that there's some segmentation that takes place. And so communities, as we've understood them traditionally and importantly, may start to refine themselves in micro ways that we might need to be responsive to. So as you answer and talk, please keep the paradigm in mind so that what we need to do or what we might do is effective. So with that, let me just go over the questions. There were three sort of bulletized, broad questions. They can break out into multiple questions, but we'll go from there. The first is, based on your experience, how would you characterize consumers' awareness of the Commission's work to ensure disability access, including, for example, awareness about our rules requiring access to communications, video programming and emergency services, our Disability Rights Office's complaint and dispute assistance functions, and our various events and activities? The second question is, what methods are your constituents using to learn about ways to achieve effective access to products and services under the Commission's jurisdiction? And then the final question is, how can we improve awareness about the Commission's regulations and services? For example, what type of outreach would be effective to educate consumers about work done by the Commission to improve disability access? So with that sort of housekeeping done, are there any questions about the framework of the discussion that we might want to touch on beforehand, or can we dive in? Okay, looks like we've got our swim caps on. Okay, the first question. Based on your experience, how would you characterize consumers' awareness of the Commission's work to ensure disability access, including, for example, awareness about our rules requiring access to communications, video programming and emergency services, our Disability Rights Office's complaint and dispute assistance functions, and our various events and activities?
Would anyone like to respond?
So this is Helena. I'm going to respond in a little bit of a broad way because I actually asked my family members who live all over the country, did they know who controlled things like communications? And only 2 out of about 12 people even knew what the FCC stood for. So I don't think it's just a question of people with disabilities. I think it's a general knowledge that people, your website is great. If you know it's there, you go to it, you find the information. But if you don't know it's there and you don't know who the FCC is, then you have a disconnect with who and what you do and what you provide.
This is Theo. I'd like to follow up on that. Out of the, you said 2 out of 12, even though we're here. I'm assuming that all 12 are fully engaged citizens in the world. Where are they where would they find out that we exist? How would I, if I don't meet them individually, how do I make sure that they know that the FCC is here?
Well, the embarrassing thing is I worked with the FCC for a decade and took EBS to EAS, and they still couldn't remember what the FCC stood for. And they're all professionals, right? So I think you have to engage them, kind of like, almost like what happened with the test today, the national test. It was on every single channel. People knew that it was coming up, that it was going to happen. Now, the FCC budget obviously is not going to be large enough to do that kind of a nationwide, but they can do PSAs. I would say do some PSAs, get them out there. And it's better that you put the message out there, because some channels for the test today said that President Trump was sending out the message.
you know, and they really distorted what was actually happening. So I think if you create your own PSAs and get them out, it's a good way of dissemination.
This is Theo, thank you. And so the suggestion would be, assuming that we're not speaking for the FCC entirely, the suggestion would be maybe PSAs for the Disability Rights Office of CGP?
And the NAB can do them for you. Yeah. Josh?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Scott Davert speaking. And I agree with everything that's been said before. A lot of people don't know what the FCC is, or, well, if they don't know what it is, they don't know what they do. You know, the people that I know of are like, well, I'll just go online and Google complaint, and then, you know, they may, you know, whatever the subject area is, if they're lucky, they'll get a Google search that'll turn up something related to the FCC and then kind of follow along through there. One of the suggestions I would have, I don't know if this has been done, but because a lot of people with disabilities may have very legitimate complaints, would be to, if this hasn't been done, start attending some of the consumer organization conventions to do outreach so that people know that not only FCC is here, but hey, we can help you if you're having accessibility issues to a certain extent.
Thank you, Scott. This is Theo. In my old life, which Linda can attest to, Linda Vanderloop, in my old life, I would call that co-branding, is a suggestion that we target some really high-value, high-density opportunities to kind of fly the flag a little bit. And would that be directed to the DRO specifically, or to, the DRO specifically, or to some broader mission that the FCC has? Which do you think would be the way to go?
This is Scott. Really, in general, I think it would be good, but you know, it might be good to start with the DRO and then kind of work your way out from there. You know what I mean? Kind of focus on something a little more specific, get the name out there, and then from there, people will ask other questions.
Thank you. Other commentary on this one? Yep. I don't have my glasses on. Let me put them on so I can see.
Tony.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Tony?
It was Tim before Tony.
Tony Stevens, I'm sorry.
Are we on? Am I on?
You've been usurped.
Camera. There we go. Hi, Tony Stevens with the American Council of the Blind. Thanks for this presentation. I'm kind of running through my head sort of two classes of consumers in hearing your question. You know, there's always the person, like, was it you, Scott, that mentioned, or whomever, about Googling something. I mean, you know, people become quickly educated when they're upset about something, and they go out and try to find a solution when something isn't working. You know, the same way that probably people don't know what NHTSA is until they get something wrong with their car, and they have to complain about that, right? So in terms of consumers, I mean, you know, representing one of the consumer organizations for people who are blind, I'm sure, Everett, if you have similar thoughts on this as well with the Federation. But, you know, I mean, I think our consumers are pretty well educated. The challenge is that our consumers are just a small fraction of the larger population of total consumers in the country. If we say, you know, 23 or 24 million Americans, even with glasses, have some sort of vision impairment, maybe 6 million are legally blind, or whatever the numbers might be, we don't have nearly that kind of membership within our organization. So, you know, what we do have, though, I think, are channels of communication that cross paths and sort of expand a broader reach. You know, ACB, we have what's called our Audio Description Project, or ADP, and it's sort of the repository of all things, you know, one of the few resources out there on all things audio description. So, you know, maybe I'm thinking to myself, okay, maybe we could explain a little bit more about the FCC on that website, or have something in that sense of a co-branding opportunity. But, you know, I think generally, I think Elena's idea of PSAs is maybe a good way to think about how can you get it out there. You know, I think most people, or at least anybody that maybe pays their telephone bill or is curious when something goes wrong on live television, and you hear about it in the news the next day, knows what probably the FCC is. They might not know what it means, but even people, those of us here in DC, are always like, is it an association or administration, whenever we're trying to think of the acronym soup here in Washington. So But, you know, I think most people probably understand the FCC the same way they think of the FBI or the IRS. And so, you know, in that probably broader sense of a brand, I think there's probably recognition, but then they probably don't realize how much is interconnected within their lives and sort of breaking it down. And that is a gap that we struggle with just in educating consumers in general. You know, do we preach to the choir whenever we send out an email to people that are already engaged as active consumers? How do we engage that 90% probably of passive consumers that are out there is something we're challenged with as well.
Thank you, Tony. This is Theo. You said, I mean, that's a really rich mind that you've described. One of the things that really caught my attention, and I'm sure others as well, is how you talked about the channelization of this. We have some legacy channels of, you know, making sure consumers know who we are. Maybe it's time to start looking at new channels or sort of creating channels that are slightly more dynamic from ones that already exist. A second thing that I think is sort of interesting and seems to be potentially very fruitful is this idea of websites, how to capitalize on existing websites, or maybe the conversation might be about creating new ones. And then sort of another thing that I think that it would be useful to think about is, you said that a person who might feel like they have a complaint, and I'll just sort of use that term very loosely, but it's a person who's got a concern about a product or service, and they start Googling, or basically they start going online to search. You know, what are the ways in which the FCC's Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau's Disability Rights Office can come up early in the clicking? So those are sorts of things that I think are really in the wheelhouse of what we ought to be talking about, and I really do thank you for sort of shaping it that way. Okay, Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Okay, just waiting to see. Okay, thank you. Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board. I'm a fellow federal agency, and I feel your pain. What I would say, in our experience, is every single suggestion you've heard today is a good one. And I think what you need to do is have a strategy. You need to have an outreach strategy. And I think you need to figure out what the message is, and you need to repeat that. So to that end, a good, user-friendly, interactive website is very important, with information that you can find quickly, with good graphics, and that is accessible. I think that you should have bluntly obvious points of contact for issues. So, for example, I'm the point of contact for the Section 508 rulemaking. So what happens, though, is I get phone calls about everything. And I get a lot of phone calls about you guys, actually. Second point is, from a consumer point of view, to the extent that people are aware of any laws at all, it's the ADA. Everything is the ADA. And they call me up asking me about 508 of the ADA, 255 of the ADA. What do I do about telecommunications under the ADA? Which is a great opportunity, because then I can explain, well, there is more than just the ADA. And it's an important part of my job to distinguish what the laws are, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and which agencies are responsible for enforcing it. And I have contact information for those agencies. For example, Department of Justice. For Section 255 of the Communications Act, I certainly have your communications and your information, and I directed many a person to the FCC website. I think, as a practical matter, the information that I get asked about a lot are captioning and 255 complaint processes and issues people are having with their internet services. Point of fact, we have an 800 technical assistance number, which is only one digit removed from a major internet provider. So I keep getting phone calls from people saying, my system isn't working, tell me how to turn it back on, which is interesting. Going back to outreach, we have a technical assistance hotline and mailbox, which is manned for either set hours during the week or we respond to it constantly. So all of those are good points. That's one aspect. In terms of branding, I think that the suggestion that Tony made, I think it was Tony, there are consumer groups that have conferences during the year. There's sort of a conference season. So starting in January, there's ATIA in Orlando, Florida. I think it's really important that you have staff look at that and find a track or a presentation area to present on, and then they go there and show up and talk on something. Also, having a booth wouldn't be a bad idea. CSUN in March, I think, is essential. I've run into Karen Pelt-Strauss there for the last several years. I mean, her sessions are really widely attended, and she's got really good information. I think people are like, this is great. So I think more of that kind of thing.
Okay.
M-Enabling in June, very, very good use of your time. So I think it's like you have to figure out what is your core mission, what is your message, and you need to take the resources you have and deploy them, I think, pretty actively and pretty expeditiously. So, and if anytime you can get a chance to talk to somebody about somebody and send your staff, I would do that.
Great,
So,
thank you.
thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Tim. This is Theo. Unless there are other points that folks want to make on that first question, I'll move on to the second question, but I don't want to leave anybody stranded. Is there anyone else? Okay, well, there is a line of cards up. I apologize. I don't know who came first, but let's start with from left to right. From my left to right, let's start with Al, please.
Al from the Deaf Seniors of America here. I do appreciate your welcome of our input on this process. I personally feel that there are a few groups, a few hearing groups specifically. So hearing people with disabilities and people with hearing disabilities. So 3 different ways to segment that group. And that's how I think about it as a deaf individual. We have a number of places or media outlets that I see today. And one of them is, that are rather FCC centered. So you have programs that go out to the public, and I'm suggesting that you have more consumer-centric ones as opposed to bringing people into the FCC. So whether that's a newsletter or the development of a website, because I know that other deaf organizations have websites as well. So where we would like to have and receive maybe press releases from you in layperson's terms that we could disseminate. And we would take them from the FCC's website and share them within our own outlets. And then we could point individuals to the FCC, and in that way I see everything within one, becomes a one-stop shop. Because if we tell people to go to FCC's website, they don't know where to go once they get there. And then we have the extra, the onus would then be on us to encourage them to find it and tell them where they can find such information.
Great, this is Theo. So, I mean, just to sort of encapsulate that, which I think also dovetails with what Tim was saying and what Tony was saying. Leverage the channels that are out there. Don't make people come to us, go to them, and sort of use the expertise of the trusted partners that they already have to develop a little more awareness. And then when they come into us, they know how to get to what they need to get to, even better. Okay. Christian, I think, is the next person. Please. Oh, I apologize. Al is still talking.
Right. I would just like to see that it would be a brief topic by topic thing all in one, right? So if you have issues with captioning, there should be a way for you to improve that, and you can do that by contacting the FCC to file a complaint and showing people how to do it, something along those lines.
Okay, thank you. Christian?
Just waiting for the camera. Okay. Christian speaking, thank you. And I do want to make a short plug for the communication access. I'm sorry, I teach a class at Gallaudet University, and quite often my students are clueless about the complaint process at the FCC, and most students don't know that they have the option or the opportunity to file a complaint. So I show them every year how to do so. And the point that we're making is that a number of students are confused about what is within the FCC's purview and what isn't. And it's a good example would be the video programming and captioning. There are 4 things: TV, internet, DVD, Blu-rays, and then also seeing films at a movie theater. So those 4 different options. And a number of people have issues and they think that they're all covered by the FCC. Of course, we know that they're not. And lastly, I wanted to mention that there are some FCC rules that really are complicated for lay people to understand. And so maybe if there could be something designed that would take somebody through step by step, if you have X issue, it falls under this rule and this process. I mean, I was shocked myself to see how complex some of these rules are and how in-depth you have to get with some of the information. It's quite challenging.
Thank you, Christian. This is Theo. I apologize.
Could I respond to that?
Yes, my boss, Susie, would like to respond to that. So I say yes.
Thank you, Theo. I just wanted to respond to that very important point. Many consumers do come to me and they say, we don't want to fight. We're not sure if it's your agency or if it's another agency. And so I would encourage all of you to make your constituents aware that regardless of if you're unsure, contact us. We can accept calls via the video phone, voice calls, and we can accept online. We do have a system in place. So we would be happy to make sure that complaint gets to the correct agency. As you know, we overlap a lot of times with the U.S. Department of Justice. So I want to make you all aware that there is no wrong reason to get in touch with the FCC. We're here to help.
Right, and this is Theo. Just to follow up, one of the takeaways that I have would be ensuring that our rules are in plain language. The rules have to be accessible. If it's too complicated for the persons for whom they've been written to actually be able to use them and understand what their rights are and what the opportunities are to ensure their rights, then maybe there's an issue there. Not that we would be going back into the regulatory sausage making, but that we could put it in plain language. And then the question would be how to make sure that folks know what that plain language actually is. And we're going to take that under advisement. That's very important for us. I think Zainab, is that correct? Zainab, please.
Just waiting for the camera.
May we put the camera on Zainab, please? Her hand is up. There she is.
Thank you. Thank you. So this is Zainab speaking. And my comment is very similar to Christian's. Also, often deaf consumers contact the NAD with a number of different issues. So for example, if it has to do with captioning, they don't even realize that they can file a complaint with the FCC. And so we do a bit of education there as well and explain to them how they can go about making that complaint known. Quite often, consumers are confused about what the FCC is and what they have authority over. Of course, we know that there are videos in ASL that share that information. However, those videos themselves are confusing and can be confusing for deaf individuals because there is a lot of complex information that's presented in them. And so for the individuals who are bilingual, sure, that might be easily understood for them. However, there needs to be some plain language that's used as well. So we have to engage quite often with individual consumers for that reason to kind of break down these concepts for them.
Thank you, Zainab. Claude? I think Claude is next in the row.
Thank you, Theo. Apparently, you're new to this position, yes?
Quite. And getting older by the second.
So baptism by fire here, I see. I can imagine you're going through that right now, yeah?
Thank you, yes.
So I would like to say that the FCC is the best agency when it comes to information about disability access. We know that, and I'm going to be the first to say it. It's funny, preparing the coffee table here, there was a,
We were just preparing our coffee table book for our organization's 50th anniversary. And we had a whole page sort of designated to, the updates from DRO. And I was looking at that development over time, and the information that is lacking out there, there was some old information, and in fact, that wasn't the case at all. I think through the last 15 years, the decisions that have been made have been shared by the FCC's DRO. And I want to echo what Zainab had to say about the ASL videos that are on the FCC DRO's website. The DRO staff have explained the audience that you're working with, but how much more of the audience could you work with? So think about the ASL videos as almost a step 1, step 2, step 3 process of instructions. So, we're talking about complaints. I think there are 4 key things that have to happen. So if you find your captions are missing on a program, you need to know the name of the program, you need to know the channel, you need to know what the captioning problem was. And so it's very, very simplified instructions. I think that's needed. So that's something to think about. PSAs are actually quite expensive. It's a great idea. But I would encourage you to use social media more. You'd be surprised how much outreach you can do via social media. There are many populations who are putting those sorts of videos on social media pages, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And as some of us know, you have to be forewarned. Be careful what you put out there, because if you're inviting general comment, you will get that. And it might not be so pleasant. So you have to have some controlled process of commenting and how that social media page is used. But I want to say keep up the great work.
Thank you, Claude. The social media conversation is an interesting one. It has its own challenges. I'm sure you can understand that. But one of Will would like to talk.
Hi, sorry, I was trying to have a secret conversation, but then
colloquy.
I caught your eye. So I just wanted to point out that Everett, who's outside of your vision, has had his card up for a while.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we're going to go very quickly to Everett. I just want to say one of the things to think through is the approaches to social media. One would be sort of direct, and then the other would be sort of parasitical. That is, entities are already have social media presence. The question would be, can we piggyback on that? Do we have to have our own? So that's something that we would naturally sort of think through. Moving on to Everett. I apologize, Everett. Your turn.
It's okay. I'm gonna add a little bit on to what Tony said so well a few minutes ago, in the fact that first and foremost for the consumer group conventions, we've reached out to Chairman Pai and about coming and speaking in our general session. We were very fortunate to get Will a couple of years ago to come and hold a breakout session, and I think he was able to find that our group that did come to that meeting were very knowledgeable and had lots of questions, and I think it would behoove to have one of the chairmen come and speak at one of the conferences in the summertime, or both of the conferences, or a few more. And then also to reach the broader public, as Tony was suggesting. I mean, you had a major missed opportunity when Comcast did a commercial about audio description a couple of years ago during the Super Bowl. I think that did more for educating the public about what audio description is than anything I'd ever seen before that, and it really got a lot of talk out amongst the general public about what audio description was and the capability of it. So the FCC could have capitalized that and could have said, here is how to get that audio description that Comcast was talking about. And Comcast was doing it for their company, but you guys could have really capitalized on that. And so I think if you could look for more opportunities like that, you could really get that message out in a much bigger way and get people using something that they didn't think was available to them in any way. I hope that makes sense.
Actually, yes, thank you, Everett. It does make sense to me. The suggestion might be to be in a sort of constant running dialogue with service providers and other industry stakeholders, to the extent that they would be, willing to include us in those rollouts. Otherwise, we wouldn't know that, for example, Comcast would be doing something unless Comcast told us. If we're in a running conversation with them and they were comfortable, obviously, we would know and may be able to make suggestions. I think Isidore is next.
Okay, just 2 points to share. And speaking on behalf of our generation, one thing we will rely heavily on is social media. And specifically, Facebook, and I guess it would go back to, FCC, and individuals might know that I lived in Africa before moving here. And most of my peers that were here in the US, I relied heavily on Facebook to know what was going on with them. And I had seen other things with FCC's brand on it. So maybe for the different control entities, I knew FCC, I knew who was regulating VRS, I knew about the service for that reason. And then when I came to America, I found more about TRS. And, then later learning that the TRS fund, I thought, thinking that it came from our tax dollars and finding out that it didn't. So there are a lot of things that can be misconstrued and things that might not be easily understood. Like other folks have said, I would encourage creating more accessible information, more educational information, hosting workshops, making sure that the information is in layman's terms and is readily accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa?
It's Lisa Hamlin here. For us, for Hearing Loss Association, I have to tell you, I spend a lot of time putting it, I think I talk about the FCC more than any other federal agency combined, maybe FEMA a little bit, okay. We talk about it a lot. We push out the word. But yet, I think it's still true what Helena has said and others have said, that people don't really grasp who you are and how it really impacts them every day. And the other thing that I do, and I don't get why this is true, I have nudged people, I have hit people over the head, I have tried to get people to file complaints, and they don't. And I can guess they don't want to do it because maybe it's a complaint about captioning, they're sitting in front of TV and they don't feel like it, they don't want to get up, they don't want to do something. But what I would really like, if you could do, and I don't know if you could do this, but I would love it if you guys had a survey that we could link to. Ask the questions you want to ask. Why don't you file a complaint? Do you know what we do? How can we do what we do better? Then I can put a link on my website or send it out by my e-news and say, take this survey. The FCC wants to hear directly from you. Because I wish I could answer why people don't send in and file complaints every time they see it, but I don't know. And I'd love for you guys to know, because I would like to know too.
Thank you, Lisa. We love surveys around here. There's some Paperwork Reduction Act and other information collection challenges that we typically would have. but I think that the idea and suggestion is a good one, and maybe there is a way for us to skin that cat. I'll leave it at that. I think that, wait a minute. Joshua Pila, right, well, okay. The Yellow Jackets believe that they're first, but Joshua, I think it may be you.
Thanks, that's
Yes, go
good.
right ahead.
Lise, that's an excellent idea, but I wanted to make one national level comment and then one local. So for what Susie said, I think she hit it right on the nut, which is to get people to call the FCC. Because among the people I did my little survey, they thought the Department of Justice was over the FCC, because people always hear about, you know, the fights between justice and the FCC. So I think that's what we should all do, is send our traffic to the FCC and let people know what they do. And I guess like what Lisa's saying, if they have a closer idea of the survey. The second comment has to do with the local level. So we're talking about how do we find out about the larger area, but what we did at Georgia Tech is we had a workshop for leaders, so the heads of different federal agencies, local state agencies, disability agencies in our state. And what we did was we brought them in and said, you can file comments before the FCC. You don't have to be a lawyer, and you don't have to be part of a large organization. And we actually cited the fact that we've been over 175 times cited in FCC rulemaking. So we literally showed them how to do it. And it was like a half a day, doesn't cost much money, just bring in all the organizations, give them coffee and donuts or something like that. But that's another way that we can do it at the local level.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Josh, please.
Thank you. This is Josh from NAB. There seems to be a focus on saying, well, people need to file complaints. I tend to think of solving problems, and one of the things that is important is the commission has, in many of its disability accessibility rules, contact points for industry members. So for example, for captioning, each television station has a captioning coordinator. And what I find is a lot of those concerns that come in through the formal complaint process could be addressed very quickly, informally. And I think that consumers also don't know that they can reach out directly to the industries involved, because the FCC has required them to create these contact points, which I think should be used and sort of think of it as a extension of you. Now, understanding sometimes you need the government third party when things get out of hand, but I do know that I've personally met with many people who've had concerns about captioning or video description, and we've been able to resolve those concerns on a much quicker basis than sort of going through a back and forth paperwork or electronic paperwork.
Thank you. The goal therefore being focus on accessibility first and see if it can be achieved without formal complaints first. I think that would be your point. I see all cards down. No, I do not.
No. Gay.
Gay.
I couldn't agree more with a lot of the comments that are being made. And I, like any other federal agency, field a lot of questions. One of the things that has been really interesting for me, at FEMA, moving from the Office of Disabilities over to External Affairs, has been a real shifting in mindset of how we send out information. And we talk a lot about plain language, but we found we can't even understand what the plain language documents are trying to tell us to do. So, I mean, I know that's being sarcastic, but seriously, we have looked at so many documents, and because a lot of documents that we write go out to the general public, and people don't understand what we're telling them, because even if we're plain language, a lot of people think that's about white space and bullets and all that, but the concept of using conceptual language that you want to portray for people to understand and take action on is much different than just writing in plain language. And what we found is that we get a much greater response from people if we're really writing for that audience. And I'll just give you a really quick example. We were reviewing all of this flood insurance stuff, and I mean, it's complicated, but just a simple sentence like, your policy will cover blah, blah, blah. For a lot of people, that word cover is not understood. And just change, and even though that is a plain language sentence, that particular word would change to will pay for, which just changes. It doesn't change the meaning of a sentence, it changes the meaning for somebody to take action or somebody to truly understand what they're asking for. Because the vast majority of people, and you know, we know that the reading level is 6th grade, but I think the most difficult thing that we deal with on a consistent basis is people understanding what we're asking them to do. And that includes asking them questions on surveys. Well, why do you want to know this? I mean, I don't have a disability. That's the other thing, is we can talk about all these consumer groups and been involved with a lot of them and so forth, but for the vast majority of people that we work with, they don't identify themselves as having a disability or connected to any disability organization. And so I would agree with trying to get information out to the general public, because I think the more you can do that, the more you're going to reach a lot of people that are not what I call connected. So.
Thank you, Gabe. One of the things that I think is that I've observed since I've been here, we're constantly trying to deal with the oppositional forces. The first is to make sure that people know what their rights are. Well, rights are complex by definition, and there's a lot of puts and calls that go into establishing what a regulation is going to be. But then there's, and so when we talk about plain language, we might be saying plain language for what your rights are, but at the end of the day, that's still pretty confusing. What I mean when I say plain language is really plain meaning. What is the upshot of it? So to the extent, for those of us who watched, for example, The Avengers, there was this famous scene where Captain America is trying to find out about these two mutants, and he wants to understand who are they. And the person, the SHIELD agent, is telling him, this one has these, and she's putting it in very technical terms, very scientific terms. This one has these powers, and this one has these powers. And he says, plain language. And she tells him, this one's weird, and the other one can make stuff move. Okay? Now, that's not it. That doesn't get it done. But since I got here, one of the things I've been thinking about is, what does this mean in the broadest context? Yes, it doesn't narrow it in the right ways. It doesn't provide the contours and may be misleading. But if a person is talking to you, what would you tell them? How would you explain what it means for there to be a right to have closed captioning in this context or the other context? Yeah, there's some boilerplate, and there's going to be some small print, and it may not work out for you exactly the way you want in a given case, so don't hold us to account for that, but let us know your experience. But at the end of the day, this is what it should mean. You turn it on, you have a remote, these are the things you ought to be able to get roughly around the same time that they're saying it. And the question would be, is there value in that? And if so, how do we push it out? And what's the blowback? How do we mitigate that risk? So we want to be in that conversation because this is a new consumer that's coming up. The demographics are all shifting, and the analog ways in which we used to communicate with people about who we are, and what we do are going to be replaced by the persons who in Christian's class and in Isidore's experience who are saying, what does it mean, right? And I want to get us there. So thank you for that. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Right, Sam.
Thanks. Hi, this is Sam. I want to first commend the commission for the outreach efforts that you currently do, because I know that you do run the conference circuit, et cetera. Getting back to like the social media discussion and that type of stuff. What I'm seeing from people who we'll say are not in the know, who don't know about these rules and rights and various things is, I'll see something like, hey, I'm looking for a talking TV, and I heard that brand X has a screen reader. Can you make a recommendation, right? Not knowing that every TV manufactured after 2016 is supposed to talk. And so we do have this disconnect from people. I'm reminded of a quote from Matt May, who's the head of inclusive design at Adobe. He said something at their conference recently that not everybody with a disability wants to be in accessibility or advocacy. Right, so then how do we reach the rest of that population? I think, for example, advanced communication services is a term that's probably very nebulous to a lot of people. And they don't realize the breadth of products and services that it covers that they might not be able to use, that they may be trying to use and not have access to. Anything from chat software to webinar software to dating apps. And I think to reach the general population that the rules are covered by, I think we need to hang out where they hang out, right? We need to look for the channels, the Facebook groups, the forums, et cetera, where people are either exchanging information, looking for information, or they're looking to try to resolve some sort of problem and try to find those channels in those communities. Because if you spin up another social media channel, for the DRO or something like that, well, then somebody has to know about the DRO, or they have to find you somehow, right? So if you go where they are, I think there's more education that can go on, and I think a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said by others. So I'll end at that point.
Right, thank you, Sam. We are hearing loud and clear that social media is the way people understand and find out about things, so we got to keep thinking about that. I think we have time for one more. I apologize, but I do think Ken, down there at the end of the table.
Thank you. Ken with ITI. I think the challenge the FCC has is a branding issue. And what I mean by that is, as an agency, you focus on the floor and not the ceiling. And what I mean by that is the agency, maybe it's its mission, maybe there isn't any flexibility in how you approach these things, but you're always trying to establish the floor that everybody has to stand on, basically. And there's almost no marketing incentive or angle that the Apples and the AT&Ts and other companies that are engaged in this process can put out there in the marketplace to sell a higher brand, so to speak, something that the FCC does to motivate the market to move in a direction above the floor that's set through regulation. It reminds me sort of the Energy Star program that my organization negotiated essentially with the EPA back in the 90s to differentiate more efficient products versus the basic products that were already out there in the marketplace. Now, the EPA cleverly kept on moving the floor higher and higher, so to speak, but they kept on having a differentiation brand that companies could say, okay, we can do the minimum, but we're going to do something different. We're going to innovate. And by the way, in the process of doing this, we're going to sell this. We're going to sell the notion that this is an Energy Star qualified product. I'm not suggesting that the FCC come up with a colorful brand of the sky or what have you, but the challenge, I think, is that the focus is always on the minimum standard, and it kind of takes away the motivation to raise the bar, so to speak, in terms of market competition. That's an incomplete thought. It just occurred to me. I'm not even certain it's rational, so if it's not, I apologize for that. And I don't know the FCC rules like I know many other agencies, because I'm still relatively new in the process of engaging with the FCC. But if I just looked at the back of my iPhone here, and there is that little FCC brand, and there's the CE brand, and there's another brand, and 99% of consumers probably don't even look at that, and even if they did, they would have no clue what it means. So I don't know, again, if there's the flexibility within the legal construct and mission of the FCC to do something a la the Energy Star type approach to programming, or creating incentives in the marketplace. But that might be something to look at if you don't have that flexibility to talk to the folks that could probably generate that. The Energy Star program, I believe, was created by the staff of the agency. Congress then, 10 years later, codified it as if they created the program, but it was basically already in the marketplace for a good 10 years before regulation caught up to it. Thank you.
Ken, thank you very much. Last but not least, Karen.
I'll make this really quick. I'm going to beg to differ with you. I think that there are some minimum standards set. We have to have some minimums, and I don't have a whole lot of time to talk about this, but our rules afford tremendous flexibility when it comes to accessibility. We don't prescribe any particular technologies. They're technology neutral. We also have the Chairman's AAA Awards, which are the awards for in accessibility, which give recognition to new innovations. So, but I don't think you're completely wrong. I mean, I think that maybe they're perceived as minimums, but there's nothing that's specifically prescribed, so that actually there's huge amounts of flexibility. And just by way of an example, I want to point out that, for example, Comcast beat our deadline for making set-top boxes accessible and having voice control remotes by 2 years. And every single morning on the radio for at least the first 6 months that was out, I heard about it as a promotional tool for Comcast set-top boxes and Comcast services. They didn't mention anything about accessibility, but yet they used the platform to promote that particular service. So I think there's a lot more that can be discussed, but I do think that maybe the accessibility rules are different than some of the other rules, and that they do afford a lot of flexibility. But again, I apologize. I know that we have to cut this conversation short, but it's a good one to continue.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your very active participation.
Thank you, Theo, for that very lively discussion. So now we're going to move on to new business. So is there anyone who has any new business for the committee?
Yeah. So this is Will. And I just wanted to put it out there. We have a very short amount of time. We seemed like we were hours ahead of schedule, and then now we are exactly on schedule. So we have about 5 minutes or so, and we had sent out an email to everybody and just wanted, and I have already received back emails asking the question about specific topics or issues that you thought might be really good for the next term of the DAC. And I've already received a number of comments back. We, of course, heard from the Video Programming Subcommittee, which listed a whole number of topics, which I'll send out to everybody so they can see those. But very quickly, anyone have any comments or thoughts about particularly strong issues that haven't been mentioned already?
Recognizing Helena.
One of the items that might be looked at is ASL during emergencies, because it's used, it's the third most popular language in the United States, the most used language. And I think that there's a whole population out there, because we partner with one of the groups, that they don't speak English, right? ASL is their native language, and we need to be able to make sure that somehow they're held in that conversation. So that's just one topic.
Christian
Thank you, Helena. I believe next is Everett.
and Ron.
Is the camera on me?
So Christian and Ron.
Okay. Is it like a? Oh, it's a scan. Okay.
You stop talking, though.
Okay. All right. I will. Real quick, I would like to just say that I was thinking about something that really makes a difference for blind individuals who happen to be in a household with other sighted people. Audio descriptions, it's getting more popular, and it's a wonderful tool for us. But there are right now, if I go to a movie theater, I have a device where I listen to audio description and nobody else hears it. And my wife enjoys the movie the way she does. Something that it would be nice to see the DAC consider, and they could add this to the topics that one of the roundtable topics that we talked about with the SAP and audio streaming is how to get more of those channels available, where that way like a secondary audio stream that could be Bluetooth in the home from the set-top boxes. So that way, I'm enjoying the dramatic moment of This Is Us, but my wife doesn't have to listen to the audio description. So those types of things I was thinking about. Also, with regards to on-demand programming, many companies are choosing to provide on-demand programming with audio description, but not all of them are. There's quite a few that are still are not, and it would be nice to again see that. I don't know if that's a regulation that can happen or an encourage type of recommendation, but that would be nice to see that pushed as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Everett. Christian, you're next.
This is Christian speaking. Thank you so much. I've got a couple topics that I wanted to make sure that I got through first. Real-time text and TRS, I think, needs some ongoing work in forthcoming DACs. VRS and IP-CTS metrics still need some ongoing work. That work hasn't been completed by the DAC. I also think the DAC needs to take a look at what is happening with the Interoperable Video Calling Committee. There may be some work that DAC needs to look at there as well. I'm not sure, but there's the potential for some work that needs to be done there. And finally, I expect to see a lot of changes coming down the pike with how phones expand options for hearing aid connections and hearing devices. I don't have any specific predictions of what that's going to look like, but I think that we're going to see some more action in that arena, and that the DAC might want to take a look at that.
Thanks, Christian. Ron, go ahead.
Thank you, Sam. This is Ron. We had an interesting, thank you, Sam. This is Ron. We had an interesting conversation about putting equipment, making equipment available in disaster centers. And Karen made a comment that the disaster centers are actually outside the jurisdiction of the FCC. And perhaps that might explain why something is not being done now. But would it be practical for us to look into? I hate the fact that I could wake up tomorrow morning, I cross the street, get hit by a bus, and I wake up in the hospital emergency room or hospital room. And the hospital cannot provide me with an IP-CTS device so that I can make a phone call. They're going to come up and give me a T2Y. I don't know how to use the T2Y. And so is there a way that that could look into modifying rules, or the FCC could look into modifying rules so that a hospital can provide the IP-CTS or modify the rules for making a call?
Thanks, Ron. Tim, I see you have your card raised.
Thank you. Tim Cregan, U.S. Access Board. This is sort of tying back also to the issue of FCC branding and as a source of information. Again, going back to our technical assistance questions we're getting a lot of questions now about evolving technology and what rules apply to it. And they're asking us in the context of, okay, I'm going to buy a headset, and what rules apply to it? And so we're actually having a debate internally because there's handsets, and the FCC, of course, has wireless handsets and wireline handsets. But the market is talking about headsets. And so we're getting lots of questions where people are either throwing these terms around indiscriminately, or they're asking us to distinguish between them. So I'm just suggesting maybe a really good public fact sheet on, we're the FCC. This is what we regulate. We regulate handsets. And when we say handset, this is what we mean. It has a transmitter and a receiver in it. Headsets are now evolving, and they mean something else. That's what I'd suggest, because information on that kind of stuff, consumers are really interested in marketing and buying stuff. And I bring that up because, like all the issues that we've spotted here, consumers tend to go where they find information and what they're interested in. What they're interested in is buying equipment that works for them in the workplace or on the job. Thank you.
Hi, this is Will. Thanks everyone for the comments. I'm going to jump in. We are racing out of time. Suddenly, we're behind. So let me just say, please send any other interesting topics that you may have. Send them to me. These are all really valuable, and they'll be added to the pool, and I'm sure we'll consider all of them. Let me also just quickly switch to the public participation portion of this meeting. Anyone who's in the audience who wishes to speak, there is a public microphone in the back there. There's a stand. Please line up, and I will quickly go through the live questions, the questions that have been coming in during the course of this meeting. So first, a person named Steve Hubbard wrote that he is making an ASR transcript of this proceeding, and he will make it available. Someone named S. Brady asked the question, can you use RTT in a conference-style connection? And I will just quickly jump to the answer, which is it's complicated, maybe, but you should really watch yesterday's web broadcast where that question was asked and answered by a panel of experts. But essentially, I believe the answer during the meeting was, it's complicated, it could happen. Finally, I just want to say that there were 11 comments submitted regarding ASR television captions. And the issues that were raised in the 11 emails were that ASR captions are not ready for prime time. They cannot provide the same service as human captions. They're not the human awareness of the situation being communicated and being able to compensate and handle issues that arise during live situations. Need to provide the same standards to ASR captions as you do to captions produced by humans. Fail to meet basic FCC caption quality best practices, including punctuation, speaker change identification, incorrect words, missed words, and sound effects and lyrics. These continue on in this fashion, that the captions are nonsensical and the text often goes too fast. So I will just quickly say that captions, for the purposes of the FCC, captions our caption quality standards don't distinguish between humans and non-human captioning entities. So if you see caption problems that you believe violate our rules, you should feel free to give us a call, ask us questions. We have a lot of information that we would like to receive if you file a complaint that would help us identify the information that you're complaining about. So with that, I do see we have a public commenter. Please go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Matt Baruch. I represent the National Court Reporters Association. We're subcommittee-only members of the Video Programming Subcommittee. And I'll keep it short in the interest of time. I just wanted to reaffirm our interest in pursuing the topic of tech-neutral quality standards. And I know that that's something that's been raised in this committee before. That's something that obviously came in through the emails. And I'm aware of the grant that Gallaudet University got, and Christian, Dr. Vogler, I'd love to connect with you at some point to learn more about that. But I just wanted to reaffirm our support for a recommendation on that topic. Thank you.
And this is Will. Thank you very much for that comment. I don't see any other public comments. I'm going to take the liberty of just jumping right into my closing remarks. I'm on the agenda as providing a few words, and my words are getting shorter by the second because we're actually at 4 o'clock. But let me just say very quickly how grateful we are to all of you here. I believe someone during this meeting was talking about the sausage making process of the government entities, which is a common joke or common term. And I just want to say this meeting, these subcommittee meetings that you are all participating in, these recommendations, that is part of the sausage making process. And I'll just very quickly go through the recommendations that we've received from you over this term, which is 2 years. There are 8 altogether. Accelerating public safety, answering point adoption of real-time text. That was from the Emergency Communications Subcommittee. Methods for assessing the quality of IP captioned telephone service from the Relay Subcommittee. RTT implementation with refreshable Braille display technology. That was from the Technology Transition Subcommittee. Best practices for graphical emergency alerts from the Video Programming Subcommittee. Recommendations on compatibility of real-time text with refreshable Braille displays. Did I say that twice? Well, some of them sound fairly similar. But that was from the Technology Transition Subcommittee as well. And then today's recommendation, well, that was today's recommendations. The other 3 from today was recommendation on integration of RTT into the TRS operations, recommendation on Internet Protocol caption telephone service metrics, and a recommendation on access to TRS at emergency shelters. And these were hard fought. Many of these subcommittee meetings, not all of them were best friends holding hands. Some of these were had some arguments, but everybody stayed very civil. I have to say, it was wonderful to work with everybody, and these results really ultimately do add to our ability to keep moving these accessibility issues forward. So before I hand it over to Susie, I just want to recognize the co-chairs of the subcommittees who really did all of the heavy lifting, and I want to also recognize Sam Yale and Lisa Hamlin. So yeah, people are leaving, but you may want to wait for 1 second. There's a treat. There's a treat. Bribery. Yes, right. So I'm going to pass it to Susie. Susie, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to quickly mention something that many of you may already be aware of. Want to make sure that those who aren't aware, I would be remiss to mention that we have someone who won't be with us for the next term. This person is Karen. Appelt Strauss. And I know she said not to mention anything, but I did feel that everyone should be aware that we will really miss her. And if you hadn't had a chance to congratulate her, I know that it would be, she was very rewarded. She would be rewarded. Sorry. To many other things. So I really want to thank her, and I want to thank all of you for the wonderful service that you've given to us, and we will still be celebrating in years to come. Thank you.
Come back on December 17th.
This is Will. I think unless Lisa and Sam have anything else to say, I just want to say that there are cupcakes here. FCC has brought in some cupcakes, and we would like you all to take one and and stand around and say hello for a moment. But with that, I'll hand it back to the co-chairs to sign us off.
Let me be the first to congratulate Karen. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you on the DAC. And I want to thank the FCC staff. I'm not going to name everybody because I would forget somebody, but thank you for all of your support, especially to Will, who, with his friendly, gentle reminders, urges, and nudges for Lisa and I to do our jobs. And I want to thank all of you for your hard work and effort on the committee, all you've done. And I want to thank my very capable co-chair, Lisa, for supporting me. And I want to thank all of you for putting up with me these last 2 years and for all my bad jokes. So with that, I want to turn it over to Lisa.
Just quickly, I think Richard Ray said it right when he said he was honored to work with you all. I feel the same. I feel honored to work with the FCC and everybody who's put in a lot of work here. And I can't believe Karen is leaving. She can't leave, right? No, don't let her leave. But thank you so much for all you've given to us as a group and all your years of working for people with disabilities.
Thank you. I can't give a speech right now because I didn't know that this was going to happen, but thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything. And I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just making some transitions. So I hope to see you all many times in the future, even if I'm not necessarily in this particular role. But I can't thank each and every one of you. I cannot thank you enough for everything that you've done for me and everything that you will continue to do to advance accessibility.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Have a cupcake.